Ooh, that sugar sweet, you got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion, just my kind of heat. Keep it on repeat, tested by the motion, loving this devotion. Live it up, live it up, live it up, sweet emotion. Every time, every night, you and I on a roll. Switch it up, switch it up, switch it up where I'm going. Stay on the fly just in time, know the right way to go. I'm on the road, it's my time, taking control of my life. I want to run the red lights, I've got to run this show. You always take me so high, you always make the highlights. I love the way we vibe, you're like a centerfold. Ooh, that sugar sweet, you got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion, just my kind of heat. Keep it on repeat, tested by the motion, loving this devotion. Ooh, that sugar. All I want is satisfaction. Make a move, baby, you got nothing to lose. You always take me so high, you always make that
Minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the SSL Gold Cup Finals series, the Football World Cup in sailing. Today is the final day of the 8th of the finals. It is the golden day, the day where all races will count double in points. Now let's take a look at the standings right now in the fleets. So fleet number 1, we have Argentina in the lead with 10 points. Fleet number 2, we have Lithuania. Lithuania, who has won every single one of their races so far. In fleet number 3, we have a tie between Switzerland and the Republic of South Africa with 9 points. And in fleet number 4, we have Portugal with 11 points. Today's forecast, we should be seeing approximately the same thing as yesterday, so around 10 knots of wind coming out of the north. The waves should be approximately 1 to 1.5 meters. But that's enough for me here at the trimmer's position. Let's go to Raquel and see who she found on the dock.
Buenos dias from the race village. We are here once again. Today is day 4 of this 8th of the finals. It's an important day, Mateus, because it's double point. And, well, we know you're not on the boat. You'll tell us why you're not on the boat. But tell me, what do you expect for today?
Right, so again, beautiful day. Actually, the day, like every day, we have the same wind direction, the same wind strength in the weather forecast. The only difference is that it's the last moment to attack. In our group, Lithuanians are far in front, but everything is in the game between Poland, Brazil and Tahiti. And that makes everything very exciting. It's the last chance, because only 2 teams are qualifying. And we have an idea, we have a plan, what to do today to be on the top 2.
Okay, tell us why you're not on the boat. We were all expecting you to be there.
Yeah, actually, it's not easy because I love sailing. I really enjoy every moment I'm sailing, steering, tactics, or even trimming the main. But this is the great moment for me and also the others experienced sailors who are within the team to give the steering wheel to the Polish boat, to the young generation of very talented sailors. And actually, we made the decision 3 years ago, when the whole concept of the SSL Gold Cup as a Mundial in Sailing, World Cup in Sailing was created. We were discussing who should be on the boat. And we have a very talented sailors who don't have much experience in this kind of sailing. But why don't use this as a learning platform for them? Because the future is in youngsters. You know that, I know that, and I think you also know that it works that way. So I'm helping them, I'm supporting with them, I'm here, I'm doing the briefings, debriefings, making conclusions, teaching them and so on. But this is now, the boat is in their hand.
So let's see how the young Polish will do today on the water. We'll watch with you nervously.
Beautiful. See you.
See you.
Race 3, Fleet 2 saw an even start for all 4 boats. Lithuania once again managed to get out in front and stay in front, building their lead on every single leg and managing to finish first for the 3rd time in a row. That 3rd win gives them 12 points, which gives them the most points of all 16 teams here in the 8th of the finals, making them the uncontested leaders of this round. As Lithuania was far out in front, we saw a great comeback from Team Brazil and a big fight between Tahiti, Poland, and Brazil, where all 3 teams almost crossed the line simultaneously. In the end, Lithuania first, Tahiti second, Poland third, Brazil fourth.
Winning all these legs is also extra pressure for us, not to lose. Even like if we finish second, there's a lot of pressure building and people hoping us to win. So we try to focus on being the best on the moment, every race, and don't focus on too many things at the time.
Overall, after 3 races, Lithuania is in the lead with 12 points, Brazil in second with 7 points, Tahiti in third with 7 points, and Poland in fourth with 3 points. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day number 4, the golden day here at the SSL Gold Cup Finals series. I have with me Paul Mackenzie. Paul, welcome, and thanks for coming in this morning.
Thanks, Jan. It's nice to be here.
So Paul has got some Olympic experience. He's been in the America's Cup, and he was training many of the teams that came to Grandson to learn how to, in Switzerland, to learn how to figure out the boat. So it'll be really exciting, and I can't wait to hear what you have to say about what's going on here today. So, Paul, before we get things started and we go out onto the water, let's go take a look right now at the match board, as we will be starting with fleet number 2 this morning. So we're looking at Poland, Brazil, Lithuania, and Tahiti. And now let's take a look at the different teams. Here they are. So at the top left-hand side of your screen is Team Poland. The Seawolves, SSL ranked number 14, weighing in at 724 kilos. Captain of that team is number 10, Mateusz Kuznierovic. To the right of him is Brazil. The Brazilian Storm SSL ranked number 17, weighing in at 722 kilos. Captain of that team is the number 10, Robert Scheidt. Bottom left-hand side, Team Lithuania, powered by Skandagra, and they are SSL ranked number 37, weighing in at 718 kilos. So they're the lightest team today of this fleet number 2. The captain of that team is Rukas Milavicius. And to the bottom right is Tahiti, the Black Pearls, SSL ranked number 70. They weigh in at 720 kilos, and the captain of that team is Teva Plichard. And now let's listen to the team's national anthems. And those were your team national anthems right there. So now let's go and take a look at who is on the water right now and who's sailing on the boat. So this is Team Poland right here. And let's take a look and let's start with the pitman. Of course, perhaps we had Mateusz Kuznerowicz. Let's talk about him. He's the coach, the captain of the team, and he's not sailing on the boat, but that's who you saw earlier. That was interviewed by Raquel. So the pitman is Aleksander Michalski. He has a bronze medal at the Europeans. At the helm, so in the back of the boat, Dominik Buksak. He has a silver medal in the Europeans, sailing in the 49er class. Trimmer is Igor Tarashuk. Also has a bronze medal at the Europeans. Then we have the bowman, Jacek Novak. In the back of the boat, we have Jakub Marciniak, who has 2 bronze medals at the Worlds. And the floater, Jakub Surowiec, he has a silver medal at the Worlds in the ACAT. And the trimmer, Jolanta Ogar-Hill, she has a silver medal in the Olympics in the 470 class. And of course, our main trimmer, Piotr Przybilski, he is an unbelievable 16 times a world champion in many different categories. He's been sailing in the Swan class and the mini maxis. He's done match racing, ORC, and he also has an America's Cup participation. So that is our team Poland. Paul, don't hesitate to jump in as we see Brazil. I know that you really know this team quite well, as I'm sure most of our audience does too. So perhaps we'll start with...
It's a team just backed with champions. It's maybe it's making it a bit difficult for them, but it's just... especially at the back of the boat there's a lot of really top sailors.
So let's start with the back of the boat and the tactician, Martine Grail. So she's been to the Olympics and she has 2 gold medals, and she's a 49er FX specialist. She has a first place and a second place at the World Championships in the same boat, or on the same boat, shall I say. And just in front of her is at the helm Robert Scheidt, the very well-known racer who is 12 times world champion in the laser, and has participated, has 7 participations in the Olympics, where he has won 2 gold medals, 2 silver medals, and 1 bronze medal. He's also sails many times, so a lot of it is between the laser class and the star class. So he's a star class sailor as well. In front of him in the grinder is Henry Boning. So he's the number 4. We've seen him get the power on those hoists. So he was first at the Southern Hemisphere. He's a star sailor, and he is specialized in being a crew. So he crews for some of the best star sailors.
He's really in demand as a crew, especially with lighter helmsmen like Robert on the Star. He's a go-to guy.
And moving on Team Brazil. Sorry guys. On Team Brazil, we have Alfredo Rovere, who is a J24 World Championship. I'll just go through the names on Team Brazil. Mario Sergio Jesus Jr. We have Henrik Gomez. He's a Snipe South American champion. Here we are back with Brazil. Thank you. Henry Raul Boning, which is a Star European champion. Mario Tinoco, 3 times junior snipe world champion, military world champion, snipe world champion. So a lot of great titles for him. Gabriel Portillo Borges, also a snipe world champion. Andre Fonseca, VOR, he has a silver medal in that category. And that pretty much sums it up for everybody who's sailing on Brazil. So, like you said, a lot of extremely good sailors on that Brazilian boat.
It's definitely not a question of talent. It's a question of coordination for this team.
Absolutely, and it's proven to be a little bit difficult so far, but today is the last day. It's a great day for Team Brazil to show us their stuff. Now, let's move on to Team Lithuania. So we'll start. Let's take a look at the grinder here. Andrius Romanaitis, and we have trimmer Emilis Valentiniatis. The main trimmer is Karolis Juaniolis. The trimmer Claudio Klicheniakas. He has a bronze medal at the World Championship in the Plateau 25 class. And the pitman is Christoforas Akramas. The bowman Martin Volvici. At the helm Raimondas Shugdinis. He is a world champion and has he is an Olympic participation. He sails also in the Plateau 25 class, in the ORC class, as well as lasers, and I believe that was the laser radio. And then we have, as a tactician and captain of the boat, so he's in the back, Rokas Milavicius, and mid-bow, so that's further up front, Simonas Yerovas. That is the lineup for Team Lithuania, as we now move on to Team Tahiti. From in the very front of the boat, we have Jan Rigal, who has a silver medal at the World Championships in match racing. Further in the back, Tom Lamotte, who is on the mainsail. He has also a silver medal in the World Championships, but in the NACRA 15 class. Of course, just behind him, we have Teva Plichard, who is at the helm, captain of the boat, and world champion in match racing. Just behind the helm, we have the tactician, Taiki Hashesh, who has a gold medal at the Continental Games in the Hobie Cat. Lots of experience as a tactician from him. Then floater, we have Hainiti Mariari. She has a silver medal at the World Championships. And in the front of the boat, Alexis Gaillet. And trimmer is Hervé Cunningham. In the mid-bow, we have Manutea Mahai. And the grinder is Tarimana Degage. So you know this team quite well. You told me.
Yeah, these guys came for training in Grand Song early on in the process. They stayed for quite a while because they're traveling from a long way away. So they stayed for at least a week. I think they were there for 10 days. They had good training time. It's also a team that I've seen a lot in the Tour de France à la voile.
Okay.
Not the whole team, but probably 4 of them were racing together for a long time, and then they went into match racing. So it's a team that knows each other really well. You can see that when they're racing. They're really a united team, just as Lithuania is.
So, lots of great information as you've been able to teach them and meet them and have some insightful information for us. Let's take a look right now at the provisional overall. Here is the provisional overall. So Lithuania with 12 points. Brazil and Tahiti are tied with 7 points. And Poland has only 2 points. Now, there has been some changes that has happened recently. Now, Poland having only 2 points. Well, unfortunately for Poland, they did not sign in at the correct time, so they have to give a crew declaration every day, and they handed in that paper late, and therefore
so
they were penalized.
Lost another point.
1 more point. So things going from bad to worse there for our team. Poland only getting disqualified from one race, now losing another point.
So Poland's out of it. Lithuania only needs to finish to qualify. It's a 2-horse race in the middle there, Brazil and Tahiti. Whoever's ahead's going to be qualified for the finals.
Yeah, and we see that really the battle is going to be between the Brazilian and the Tahitians right there. So interesting as we see Lithuania, they, as you said, have to finish. And so we'll be seeing a big battle right now between Brazil and Tahiti. So we have a little bit of news as well coming from the race course. There was a slight delay, so we've been able to take our time in explaining who is on the boat and taking a look at this provisional overall. The orange flag is confirmed, so racing will get underway very shortly. But before we go out there onto the water, we're going to show you a quick clip, and we'll be right back in just a couple minutes.
My name is Mattias Ram and I'm the tactician at SSL Teams Sweden. As a tactician, I'm kind of have the overview of the race course and setting up where we want the boat to sail. So with my instruments and looking at the breeze and the other opponents, giving my team the advice where to sail on the race course.
My name is Joca Signorini. I'm from Brazil and I'm a tactician. Tactics is a big part of our sport in sailing. We play a lot, trying to always position ourselves in a good spot related to the other boats.
My name is Matthew Belcher. I'm the strategist tactician for Team Australia. I guess my part is I'll caddy for the main sheet. I'll have a look at the Vang, the Cunningham and some of the controls just on the centerpiece here. You know, downwind, I'm easing on the spinnaker and, you know, just trying to do drop lines and just really help support the guys that are doing the main grinding. I'm pretty light, pretty small, not a great grinder, and, you know, and I'm just tailing a lot of sheets but also trying to get my head out of the boat and, you know, make sure we're in the right position.
As a tactician, you are kind of a football coach or a co-driver in a car.
The most important skill is just to remain calm, you know, and just try and be in advance and put your boat in the right position and just try and predict what your competitors are going to do.
Communication is very important on this role as well. And as I said before, it's a full teamwork and we achieve things together.
All right, there were a couple nice clips for you to enjoy before we get out onto the water. Here you see these are the boats right now currently out onto the water. So let's go out onto the water and let's go see what Raquel has to say as she is standing by close to the start. Raquel?
You are very right, Jan. I am very close to the start. You can probably see the committee boat right behind me. And we are, again, living another beautiful day out here on the water. Similar conditions to yesterday. The wind is shifting in the north direction, so it's going pretty much from 360 to 015. I think the committee placed the start at 010, and it's blowing. That's uppy down, so that means 6 minutes to the start. So I was saying the wind speed is about 8-9 knots, and my feelings say that it will increase because now the sun is out. We woke up this morning with a little overcast, but now the sun is pretty much clear, and we expect it to be this way. So whitecaps are starting to show up. So we expect a similar day from yesterday. With the race course, we are a little bit closer to shore. So I would expect some teams to go closer on the left course, closer to the coastline to get that effect that Victoria explained to us the other day. But apart from this 20-degree wind shift, the race course seems pretty even to me. And I mean, we are starting today with a fleet with 4 teams that can really. I mean, anything can happen in this fleet. So it's going to be a really exciting start. I expect a big fight between the 4 teams because they all have a chance to go through to the quarterfinals, and they're all very big guns. So, I mean, even the underdog that we have called them like this, like the Tahitian, have proven to be an amazing team. So I'm really excited for this race, and I bet you are too.
Thank you very much, Raquel. Yes, we are very excited to get this race underway here, and great to see that we are going to get some white caps and some great conditions. We had some excellent sailing yesterday, so very excited to see that. Paul, what do you think about these conditions out there today?
Conditions look great. It's not the really light weather that we've seen early on in the regatta. Nice conditions. I see there's quite a bit of wave out there, but that's been the same every day. The teams are really used to it now. I think they're dialed in on their trim, on their amount of hiking, the angles they're sailing, especially downwind. I think it's a bit tricky with these waves.
Look here, as we see, we were just talking about them before, so that's Tahiti bearing away, and Brazil in the background. Now, Brazil, we expect, still haven't put a win onto the leaderboard right there, as we see both those teams sort of circling around one another.
Well, we're into 3 minutes 15. It's an important part of the race, even though we're a long time before the start. We know that it's the boat that's ahead out of Brazil and Tahiti that's going to qualify. And obviously they know as well. So they're trying to get the right position leading up to the start. It's possible to already have a good advantage at the start, but 2 quality match racing teams. Let's see.
So very interesting right here as we're seeing 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Now they've already done 7:20. They are circling around one another like 2 bull sharks right here, about to bite each other's head off. So this just goes to show you the amount of intensity we are going to have in this race, as we are 2 minutes and 30 seconds away from the start, which is still quite a ways, but you can see right there there's a definite battle that is about to ensue between these 2 teams, as Lithuania, pretty much all they have to do is finish the race in order to be qualified to the next round, mathematically speaking. And Poland, well, it's going to have to take a miracle for Poland to be able to qualify.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing for those 2 teams is Lithuania just riding a high at the moment. Eventually the tougher times are going to come. Is it going to be today, or can they just stay on the high going into the next round? The bubble will eventually burst. Doesn't mean that they won't go all the way, but they're going to have to get through some harder times, and it could be today because they don't need to win, so the pressure's changed. Poland, it's a question of whether they can finish off on a good note. They've been improving every day. I think they're a good team. Let's see what they can do today.
And speaking of 2 teams that have to perform today, otherwise they're out, this team right here, Brazil, has to beat Tahiti in order to go into the finals. And it's the same thing for Tahiti. They have to beat Brazil in order to go into the finals. So we should be seeing a battle of the titans right here, as Brazil has an enormous amount of knowledge and quality sailers on their boat. And not to say that Tahiti does not, but Tahiti, some of the caliber is not quite as high as on the Brazilian boat. Now, however, that has played into the hands of Tahiti, who have a lot of experience, as they have been here, and this is their 3rd week here. So
they're really sailing as a team, really working well all the time. No doubts about the the level of their crew members. Brazil, with more potential, is having trouble putting it together, but they look nicely set up for a start here. Both teams
20
look okay.
seconds to go here as we see both the Brazilian boats and the Tahitian boats late for the start. Definitely very late right here, as looks like Tahiti is going, they're having a hard time as well. So time on distance right here for all boats except for the Lithuanian boat. So not bad for the Polish boat and Lithuania. It looks like Tahiti now is going to, yes, they are tacking over to the right-hand side. And there goes Brazil as they're going to follow Tahiti. So a difficult time as both these boats were fighting before in the pre-race. And it looks as though the battle is just started now, as Brazil will try to take advantage of Tahiti.
Yeah, small advantage for Brazil. Nothing major, a few meters, half a boat length, but good defense by Tahiti to get going out here quickly.
Here we go. This is going to be match racing right here. So these two teams are fighting against one another. As you see, they have absolutely no interest. Oh, and look at that. It's a double tag right there from the Tahitian boat as they are trying to go off to the right-hand side. And there's a little bit of a split right there. So you've just seen what you're seeing right now is match racing between these two boats, as in their world right now there is only one objective for Team Tahiti, and that is to get in front of the Brazilian team. And same thing for the Brazilians, as they must pass in front of Tahiti if they want to continue on to the quarterfinals.
Looks like Brazil hit them a couple of times, but now, rather than just sitting on top of Tahiti, they're trying to stay in phase a little bit more.
Let's listen in here as Tahiti right there are very well coordinated. You can hear the intensity in their voice as they speak.
It's a key moment. You don't want to lose too much at the start here. You want to try to keep in touch with Brazil and keep the pressure on as long as possible.
There goes Brazil tacking on top of Tahiti. So we've already seen several tacks between these two boats, as now Tahiti gets away from that leeward position and goes back off to the right. So we have a serious battle on our hands right now, as we see Lithuania and Poland off to the left-hand side, to the course left, as these two teams are battling it out. As we hear the onboard right there from the Tahitian boat, asking about some information as to where they are on the race course. And there is the Brazilian boat. So Brazil only 20 meters ahead of, about 70 meters ahead of the Tahitian boat. Oh,
So
and there was a penalty
the
for
Polish
Poland.
have done a penalty. It looks like, from the tracks, looks like a port and starboard situation, or a contact situation at least. But interestingly, that brings Poland back into the mix with Brazil and Tahiti. So Brazil was in a nice position off the starting line, a small advantage over Tahiti, but maybe this will complicate things even more for Tahiti.
So we'll try to find out exactly what happened on that Polish boat right there, having to do a 360. But from the tracker, it definitely looks like it was a port and starboard situation. Now, perhaps, yes, it's hard to say. From the tracker, it's hard to say. All we know is that Poland now has done a penalty. And it looks like Brazil right now is pulling out into the lead. Here we go with another cross coming up between these two teams. It looks as though Brazil will be able to pass on top of the Tahitian boat with no big issues. Now perhaps, so it looks like Tahiti has managed to close the gap right there. As Tahiti now, yeah, they've definitely closed the gap. We saw a little bit more distance between those two boats.
They've closed the gap, just not quite enough to. Well, Brazil couldn't cross and tack on top of them, but they could lee-bow them in a really strong position. So still a good advantage for Brazil, but Tahiti sailing well.
Tahiti sailing well and sailing fast right there. As we see that they've put the Genoas up, so we are sailing with the biggest sail on the front of the boat right now. Yesterday, as we saw the wind picking up, the race committee decided to change that front sail. So right now, we are on the most powerful setup that we have on these boats.
They look like they're right in the range for these Genoas. Crews are fully hiking. You can see the cars well back on the track for the jib. Traveller not too high on the mainsail, so they got enough power to make these boats go beautifully in this weather.
And it's looking like there's a little bit less swell than we've seen the other days. Of course, we still have some swell out there. That's normal. We'll always have swell. But because that race course is perhaps a little bit closer to land, as Raquel told us, it seems as though there is a little bit less swell right now. And also the wind is really coming out of the north, as we've seen it yesterday. It was perhaps 15 degrees more off to the right hand side. So perhaps making a little bit of a difference in the sea state here this morning. Very interesting here as we see Brazil that has now decided to center themselves a little bit more here in the race area by going off to course left just a little bit.
But quite big separations between Brazil and Tahiti after what we saw at the start. Brazil's just sailing to the left until Tahiti tacks, and then they tack just afterwards and come back together.
Yeah, it was, as you can see, that 360 view right there, the overhead right there as we were moving around gives you really a good idea of where they are on the race course. And here we are taking a look at the Lithuanian boat as they are just cruising once again. Lithuania in the lead. So fourth time they are in the race. If Lithuania manages to win this race, they are the first team that has managed to win all 4 races in one round. Now, the only other team that has managed to do almost as well was Tahiti, who had 3 wins and a second place in one of their earlier rounds. So Lithuania is on their way to break all records here at the SSL Gold Cup Finals Series, the 8th of the finals.
They're sailing very well. I think now they're out in front, it could potentially be a very easy race for them. They seem to have their speed dialed in. They don't have to worry about the other boats that are slowing each other down, tacking. So potentially could be quite an easy race for them. We saw Tahiti coming back again towards Brazil. Similar positions to the last time they met, which would indicate there's probably not been much of a shift so far. I think Tahiti really knows the boats well by now. I think their speed is really consistent. But it also indicates that Brazil's speed is starting to improve, because if they're coming back together each time, I think Brazil's starting to get up to pace.
Yeah, interesting the dynamic on that Brazilian boat. As we see a lot of chiefs on that boat and not too many Indians because of just the amount of knowledge which is on that boat is exceptional.
Yeah, even a lot of knowledge on the shore too. I know they got a couple of really top level sailors that are not on board at the moment. but I think the key is really the dynamic between Robert and Martina. Two great sailors, but probably not with a lot of experience together. And it's getting those two working well together and combining it with the trimmers. You can just see that it looks like Tahiti's sailing slightly higher than Brazil all the time. It's possible that Brazil has a slightly higher speed, but those tracks are showing a little bit of an advantage for Tahiti.
Yeah, absolutely. And it seems to me as though Tahiti is right there in the foreground, managing really to have a great a VMG right there for that Tahitian boat. They are wanting it to keep the right, and as you see, Brazil has decided to also go off to the right-hand side. So Brazil was getting bounced off to the left, and Tahiti now in the lead in front of Brazil. So it seems as though perhaps right now there's a little bit of an advantage to going off onto the right, but look at that. I mean, we're talking 6 meters, not even 5 right there, 4 meters in it. So anything could really happen, as we see right now, perhaps a little bit of a header. And we hear some noise on the Tahitian boat, so I'm guessing that they're probably about to tack. And I just heard the word ley line right there, so look at that right there. The distance between those two boats is just nothing. So it looks like a bit of a header that's for Tahiti right there, as now they're tacking over, and they will be on starboard. So they are the right-of-way boat as they come together with Brazil. What is Brazil going to do? Are they going to tack on top of Tahiti? Yes, they are, and that is forcing Tahiti to perhaps...
It looks like Tahiti doesn't want to tack, so they've just luffed a little bit to gain a few meters and see if they can hold there a bit longer.
Perhaps they are on the ley line.
Could be. Looks a bit like it.
So very interesting right here as we see these boats coming into right there. Those are your top marks. So definitely seems to me right now that both boats are over ley line, as Lithuania right there a little bit lower coming in here to the windward mark. I personally thought that Lithuania had more of a lead as we were seeing them sail.
Yeah, there must have been a bit of a gain on the right at the top part of the course, because they did have a big lead for a long time. They got a bit further left just when everybody started to come out to the right, and so there's definitely something on the right-hand side of the course at the top.
So 120 meters as we get to the weather mark, and Lithuania for the 4th race in a row. They are getting up here to the weather mark first. This is the 7th time they are at the weather mark first, and just an unbelievable showing from them. As we see now the giant battle going on between the two boats that are behind Lithuania. Now let's take a look here. Oh, look at that, an early hoist as they
it's
are
an unusual
still on the dock.
An unusual situation with the offset mark pretty low. So they realized that they could hoist and still lay the offset mark before they go downwind. And they interesting
here as we look at Tahiti, who has decided to not hoist their spinnaker immediately as they are going to hoist it right now, as they're doing it right now. So very interesting. Tahiti with a little bit of a different option right there. Perhaps just trying to play it safe. But it looks like a little bit of a slow hoist there on Tahiti, and there's a problem with the tack line. Oh no, this is not what Tahiti wanted. This is not good. Tahiti having issues with the tack line right there. So a definite advantage for the Brazilian boat, as Tahiti is having to luff in order to put wind into their spinnaker. So big mistake right there as they are hoisting the spinnaker, and Brazil is off to the right-hand side, race course right. Oh, so what happened right there?
So it was a bad mistake by Tahiti, but they got away with it. Small loss, but didn't put it in the water like Malaysia the other day. Brazil's jibed off, but it's interesting that they're separating. when they've got an advantage. So you could expect them to come back and consolidate that advantage pretty quickly, especially considering their tactics off the starting line where they wanted to just tack and put Tahiti away.
So an interesting development here as we see Tahiti having issues putting up their spinnaker at the offset mark, and we see now again a split between these two rivals, Tahiti and Brazil. Lithuania still out in front, as Brazil now is looking like they're catching up to Lithuania. So here goes a jibe, and as you said, Paul, perhaps not wanting to split so far away, not taking any risks.
It's a logical decision. They've got an advantage. They can just protect that right-hand side of the course looking down, keep Tahiti on the outside, keep their 100 metres advantage, come into the bottom mark with in a nice position.
So, Paul, perhaps you can explain to our audience, why would you not want to split off to one side as you have an advantage?
They've got their advantage. If they're a good team, they don't need more than 100 metres. They can just keep their 100 metres at the bottom mark, and there's no reason why they don't have 100 metres at the top mark. If you're a team that's doubting, then it's a different story. You want to get a bigger advantage and always looking for more and more.
Look at the top left-hand side of your screen. Those are the projected results as it stands right now. Lithuania and Brazil are qualified to go to the next round, as Tahiti and Poland are perhaps out. But remember, this is not even the halfway mark, as we still now need to go down to the leeward gates, where we have seen a lot of drama in these last couple rounds. So we'll see what happens. It's definitely not over. We're not even halfway through this race. But right now, if we were to finish in this position, it looks as though Brazil and Lithuania are the ones to go through. Now, will it change now as we see Poland going into first place? So yeah, it does. Poland passing in front of Tahiti. Let's see what happens. It doesn't matter in what order 3 and 4 are. They will be out. We know that Lithuania is in, mathematically speaking. So anything could happen right now as we see Poland in the lead.
I think the interesting image at the moment is that Tahiti drive brought the race back to the middle of the course. If they had continued down that lay line on the right-hand side, they would have come back in from the lay line. Would have been very easy for Brazil to just sit on them. They brought the game back into the middle, forcing Brazil to drive again and having options to go left and right for the second half of the downwind.
So the battle continues between Tahiti and Brazil. As right now, Brazil has a slight lead over the Tahitian boat. Brazil and Tahiti, respectively, 3rd and 4th. Right now, here we go. Let's take a look at it. Tahiti is on a port tack. Brazil is on a starboard tack. Once again, a small split right here.
Here they go for a drive again, but it's surprising how much room Brazil is giving to Tahiti. Poland confirming the potential that we've seen from the other days with really good speed at times. Seems to be improving every race. It's going to be a little bit too little, too late, but really sailing better and better every day.
Yeah, it's great to see that Poland is back up to the front. Remember, Poland did already do a 360. So all in all, the fact that they've already had to do a 360 and are currently in 3rd place says a lot about how they are improving. So great to see that they are improving. But as you say, it's unfortunately today for them is the last race, and
there's quite a few 49er sailors on the Polish boat, and in these sort of conditions, it's starting to resemble that sort of racing with the asymmetrical kites and a bit more power. I think they find the angles pretty well downwind.
Okay, here we are on board as we listen to Team Tahiti putting in a jibe. Nice jibe from Team Tahiti and good teamwork as cohesion on this boat has been their strong point as they've been sailing together now for several weeks, 3 weeks that is, and as we see right there in the middle, Brazil is definitely, they've got something. They've found the speed now, so Brazil feeling strong. And this is the Brazil we expected to see. It's taken 4 days, but here they are, finally. Great to see that they've found their motivation, and Brazil is back. They're even in front of Lithuania, so this is the first time that we'll see Lithuania perhaps not go around mark in first place.
Quite a difficult maneuver for Brazil with a jibe very close, followed by a drop, jib up, and jibe around the mark.
Now,
it's going to be difficult.
Is this going to be a Kiwi drop right here, or just a standard drop? Looks like a standard drop. Let's make sure all that spinnaker is touching the water right there. Is it going to slow them down? Oh, issues right there getting that spinnaker in. So a late drop for Brazil, and just as I was saying that this is the Brazil we wanted to see, they go and put the spinnaker in the water. Now it doesn't look like they've lost too much speed, but in terms of concentration right there is difficult for them. Here comes Tahiti right now as they are about to put a windward drop down on the spinnaker. Now they need to do this clean, and it's what is going on that Tahitian boat? All sorts of issues. We haven't seen this before on the Tahitian boat as they are having problems putting that spinnaker in. It looks like they decided to put the spinnaker in on the starboard side as the spinnaker is in the water, and that spinnaker is definitely catching some water. So drama right now for the Tahitians as they were having issues already at the weather mark. So this is going from bad to worse. The pressure is on them, and it seems as though, oh, that's no good at all right there. That's not how they're going to be able to catch up to Brazil. So it looks as though Tahiti is crumbling under the pressure as a bad hoist, forgetting the tack line, and now they've taken their spinnaker down on starboard, and we know what that means, Paul, don't we? If they take this spinnaker down on starboard, they're going to have to change the sheets around, and that could potentially be a recipe for catastrophe as they go back up to the weather mark. Perhaps the whole thing is going to be tangled up. So, bad day on that Tahitian boat right now.
We saw all the boats having trouble at the bottom mark there. A little bit more pressure, the boats close together, the ley line's not quite right. Brazil obviously abandoned the left mark and took the other mark because the maneuver was getting complicated, but it was a good choice. Lithuania ending up a bit wide on the mark, giving Brazil a lane on the inside. Poland ended up doing the best rounding.
Yeah, that's what we were saying. Poland's sailing well. Poland's sailing well, so everybody's sort of feeling the pressure. Perhaps Lithuania with small mistakes because they have less pressure. That could also be a reason.
Possibly. It was a small mistake. There was nothing dangerous, but just surprisingly wide on the mark. But great position for Brazil now to qualify.
So now Brazil is in the groove with a huge lead over Tahiti right there, as it's a close to 300 meters lead over Tahiti. And the Tahitians right there just crumbling under the pressure, and it's terrible to see as really the pressure is on the Brazilian team, as we expect Brazil to perform very strongly. Tahiti has been here now for 3 weeks. They were surprised to pass the 32nd of the finals.
I wasn't so surprised. This is a really strong team. I think they've performed as expected.
Just modesty.
Could be modest group from a small island, but a bunch of great sailors. It's a shame to see this drop at the bottom there. It's not over, but it's looking difficult for them.
So there it is. Right now, Lithuania is still our leader with 100 meters in it. The battle right now is between Brazil and Tahiti. Brazil has to stay in front of the Tahitian boat. 240 meters you just saw right there between those two boats. And that is the race that we are looking at. Now, that's probably on board the Tahitian boat, I am guessing. Oh no, it is on the Brazilian boat. So, the number one, the bowman, is in that boat, getting things cleaned up as we see movement in there. So, Paul, I mean, why would he be down there, and what's he doing, that bowman?
It's important to free up the retrieving line to clean the spinnaker so that the hoist goes well. Especially in this situation, the only thing that's going to stop them from qualifying is to have a problem with the spinnaker on the hoist. So it's worth spending time down there and not on the rail. I think the important thing for Brazil that's giving them probably a bit of confidence was that last downwind. There was a mix of keeping it close but also sailing the shifts. Really paid for them. There was big gains by the bottom on Tahiti before Tahiti had the trouble with the spinnaker. So I think it could be a race that might start the change with Brazil.
All right, very interesting. As we see that movement down in the
it's a terrible job down there. Terrible. You have to be you have to have a strong stomach and like water when you're down at the bottom of the boat there.
And yesterday, or no, not yesterday, but a couple days ago, I was down over at the dock, and the boats were all tied up. Nothing was moving, and I was speaking with the guys from the shore crew, and they were down there doing regular maintenance, and so I went down there just to see what was up, and it was humid, and it was and the boat wasn't moving. So imagine what it's like down there as all of a sudden the boat is heeling to one side and they call attack, and the whole thing just shifts over and your spinnaker is falling all over the place.
It's not a place for a rest down there. You're better off hiking on the side with your arms out. You can see Brazil not giving Tahiti a chance here. They're coming back out to the left to make sure they don't give any advantage or risk anything for a wind shift. We don't see any drop in the wind so far. We haven't seen any big shifts, so...
A great day for sailing out here on front of Las Palmas in Gran Canaria, as we are in the Gran Canaria archipelago for the SSL Gold Cup Finals series. Remember, this is like the Football World Cup, but it is in sailing. And so the question arose, why do we say it's like the Football World Cup, but in sailing? So very much is because that's how we have we've taken a look at how that happens, and that's how in the World Cup, and we see that first of all, let's take a look at the point system here. As generally in sailing, when you're first, you have 1 point, second 2 points, etc. So here it's flipped around, just like it is in football. Also, the teams, as you will see, they are very to the colors of their country, and the guys that are all on board all have the passport from their country. And
also sailing in groups of 4 with 2 eliminated and 2 qualified each round. going through to the next round all the way till the end.
And that's what makes it exciting, as it's a direct elimination. Generally, in a classic sailing, you'll be sailing a bunch of races, and then when you get to the end, you already have a certain amount of points, and the point standing goes like this. Here, it's a direct elimination. In regular sailing, you don't have double points on the last day. So here we have double points on the last day. So very exciting and new to sailing. This is a new style of event, bringing a lot of emerging nations out and able for them to be able to sail, as all these boats do not belong to the teams. So they're given, all have the same exact equipment. It's just a question of how you manage it. And so interesting, as we are able to bring teams like Tahiti out here, or teams that have less budget out here. And sometimes
it's a really even playing field. I think that's one of the big things about this concept. Teams like Lithuania, Tahiti, really fighting it out with a great sailing nation like Brazil. It's so even. South Africa's right up there. It's just increased the level of competition so much by taking away the financial side of the sailing. You can just see the pit guy working really hard on the runners there during the tack. It's a key role. You have to get the old runner off and get the new one on as quick as possible to get the forestay tight and the right sail shape out of the tack. Less important in the lighter winds, but now we're getting up into 10, 12 knots.
Hitman, guys, that's that guy right there trying to sort out all those sheets. He's the one that's responsible for making sure the mast doesn't fall every time they tack.
And just keeping the right tension on the forestay, gives the jib the right shape, bends the mast, gives the main the right shape. He's the third trimmer on the boat.
Here we go, Lithuania once again, for the 8th time in a row, are making it to the windward mark first. So a clear domination for the team Lithuania here as we arrive at the last time they will be going around this windward mark. Now let's see, when will they put their spinnaker? Perhaps it looks like perhaps the mark has been changed, or the
I think the mark's been reset. They're just holding all the way to the offset mark.
There we go, big bear away right now. Big bear away and a good hoist, a good, clean, fast hoist. That's what we expected Tahiti to do in the last one. Now let's see, as Brazil is coming around in the background right now. So crucial moment right now. If Brazil wants to move on and stay ahead of Tahiti, this hoist right here is the moment that Brazil needs to make sure that no drama happens. Let's take a look here as Brazil goes to the offside mark and they put their spinnaker up. This is a crucial moment. Looks like a fast hoist, and it's a clean hoist and a good drop for Brazil. So Brazil managing to stay out in front as they're only 35 seconds behind the Lithuanian team. And this is good news for Team Brazil as we look in the background. Tahiti right now, if Tahiti wants a chance, even the smallest of chances, they have to nail this, as we've seen them over and over again doing a great job at hoisting their spinnaker. That's not something that mistake we saw earlier, that's not something they do. There, that's what we expect right there. Oh, is there something going on with the retrieval line? So perhaps somebody stepped on the line right there. So not a huge deal, but they do have to, they will have to deal with that retrieval line, which is sort of not allowing the spinnaker to have a perfect shape. So not a big deal, but it's not perfect. It's not 100%. Tough break right there. I mean, Tahiti just...
It's a tough position for the Tahitian tactician. Not a lot of wriggle room. They need a big gain on Brazil, and they're probably not going to get much separation here.
All right, so they have decided to do a jibe. Now, perhaps that is to try to deal with this retrieval line issue. As you see, it is still a little bit of an issue. Perhaps there's just a kink in the line. And that's
could be, but the key is they need to get a bit of separation from Brazil. They're not going to make up the 150, 200 meters just by following behind. They need something extra.
And there you just saw Brazil jibing in order to place themselves between Tahiti and the lured, no, it's not a gate anymore, it's the finishing line. We are going to the finishing line, ladies and gentlemen. So it looks like Tahiti is solving their issue right there. So perhaps, as you see Jan Riga, the bowman right there on the Tahitian boat, seems as though he has fixed the issue. And here goes Tahiti with another jibe. So Tahiti has just jibed right there. Let's take a look at the left-hand side of your screen as it stands right now. Lithuania, Brazil, going through. Tahiti and Poland right now are out. So close one between Brazil and Tahiti. But remember, Tahiti has been able to turn up the heat on the last downwind time and time again. We've seen them come back. We've seen some enormous comebacks, as we saw Portugal one time coming back from 500 meters back. So anything can happen. There's still 1,500 meters to go here, as Brazil has a 165-meter lead, but Tahiti is breathing down their neck and putting the pressure on them.
Tahiti's in a position where they probably don't believe, but they're just pushing and pushing, hoping that Brazil makes a mistake. On the other hand, Brazil just has to match each time, and it's fantastic jibing practice and team building going into the next round if they can pull it off.
As we see the distance slightly, at times, slightly diminishing. Now that could just be because they are one wave at a time will bring them perhaps just a little bit closer, and then as they roll off the wave, that separation increases again. Now is that Tahiti that we see in the background that's just put in a jibe right there? It seems as though it is. All right, they're going to have to work their boat very hard. Let's listen in as Tahiti works their boat.
Very calm on board Tahiti, not panicking.
There it is. That's the tempo being given by Teva Pichard, the helmsman and captain of the team, as he just said maintenant, which means right now in French. And so he's really using every single one of those waves. As you see, the distance is has diminished slightly, but
this is the biggest separation we've seen between Brazil and Tahiti.
920 meters to go until we get to the finishing line, as Lithuania, once again for the fourth time in a row, is in first place. Here comes a jibe from the Brazilians. Nice and easy jibe right there. And good coordination to just get that squash down as they coming out of the jibe in order to get that little acceleration and get the boat back up to speed. So great to see that, and that just shows cohesion within the group. And a quiet boat. A quiet boat.
They're looking better, but a little gain for Tahiti over the last few minutes. They're still not in a strong position, but the gain is significant. They've gone from roughly 160 down to 100. and some big separation. It's important for Tahiti. I wouldn't expect to see Tahiti driving back before they feel that either the time is up or they can cross.
So you heard it here. Big separation for Tahiti, bringing down the gap by 60 meters. Still a 100-meter lead for the Brazilian team right now over the Tahitians as we look at Lithuania bringing home the 4th win in a row, making this team the very best team that we have seen out here since the very beginning of this competition, which started 3 weeks ago. And here comes Lithuania, about to put in their 4th win in a row. Now let's see what's happening here as we take a look at the Brazilian boat. Remember, the battle on the hand right now is between Brazil and Tahiti. It looks as though Brazil has managed to find a little bit of pressure and has been able to put the bow down as we are 160 meters away from the finishing line. And here comes the Lithuanian team with the 4th win in a row, making them the uncontested absolute hotshots here. And they can be proud of themselves right there as they cross the line.
They're on such a roll. They're just sailing so well. They look fun. They look happy. They're having fun.
And Brazil, you can get up and dance as well because you are going on to the next round as Brazil goes through to the quarterfinals, showing their stuff. There we go. Finally, we have them smiling. They are back. And so that's a great news for them and great news for all of Brazil who are watching us right now.
A really strong performance. A lot of pressure on that team today, and they performed well.
Now we will be seeing Team Tahiti coming in here across the line. Now Team Tahiti will be disappointed for sure as they are eliminated and are going home. But there is nothing to be ashamed of on this Tahitian team. They have made the world dream. They made everybody, nobody could believe that they went through 3 rounds. So they can be very proud of what they've done, coming off of their atoll, coming to the other side of the world, and really making everybody dream as they've been walking around. You know, people have been applauding them, and so a great job by the Tahitians. Unfortunately for them, they will be going home, and now Brazil is moving through with Lithuania. As we just saw, Poland 1 minute and 15 seconds after all the others. Well, Poland will be going home. Very difficult race for Poland, getting penalties and being disqualified and having to do 360s. And so a very tough time for the Polish team, even though we did see them sail very well today. It hasn't been enough. So
it was a strong group. I think the 3 teams ahead of them are really strong. I think Tahiti was a great team. It's a pity they're out. Fantastic for Brazil to make it through. Lithuania are on fire. Someone had to be at the back. Unfortunately for Poland, it was them.
And that's it here on the Golden Day, where all races count double in points. After 40 minutes of racing, we see Team Lithuania bring home the 8 points of this double day. Brazil, second place out in front of Tahiti, meaning that they get 6 points, Tahiti 4, and Poland 2. That is enough now for Brazil and Lithuania to pass by as we check out the overall results here for this fleet number 2. Here they are. So Lithuania with an unbelievable 20 points. Look at that. Win, 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 win. Unbelievable right there. Brazil goes through with only 2 little points separating them from Tahiti. So Brazil with 13 points, and Tahiti and Poland are going home. So now let's go out onto the water as we have Raquel and yes, Raquel.
I'm with the captain of Team Brazil, Robert. What a race!
Yeah, it was full on since before the start. No, at 4 minutes to start, we started circling and jockeying for position. I think we made a good call to lead those guys to the line and had a little edge on the beginning of the race. But they kept coming back at us, and every time the margin got smaller and smaller, and I think we did very well on the first downwind. I think Martine picked some good moments to jibe and saw some good pressure, and then from that moment on, we had more control on the race. So we're really happy. We had a tough day yesterday, but we're really glad that we can shake that disappointment from yesterday with the race of today.
Yes, when at first we saw you match racing Team Tahiti, which was probably the right strategy, we were a little afraid that you can sometimes lose yourself in the fleet when you match race. But then you were also playing the shift, which is what you, Martina, and other people on the team are good at. So, well done.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. It was a very good thing for our team because we showed up for this round. We were not so warmed up. But now we feel that with this 4 days of intense racing, we figure out our mistakes and hopefully we can get stronger for the next one.
Well, the quarterfinal is where we thought we would see Brazil and probably, well, let's not say anything else.
We'll see.
Well done, Robert.
Thanks, guys.
Well, congratulations to Brazil right there for making it through. That is really good sailing on their part, and that will be a goodbye to Tahiti and Poland. Now, let's take a look here at the match board. So, here, as we're looking in the middle here, in the second fleet, Lithuania and Brazil are now passing through. Where is Lithuania going to go? So Lithuania at the bottom right-hand side, they will be in fleet number 4 with Italy and Spain. And now let's find out where is Brazil going to go. Brazil goes into fleet number 3, so that's going to be a tough one right there. So Brazil, New Zealand, and Australia in the same fleet. Wow, we will have a battle on our hands right there in that fleet. So this is the match board. We will be taking a look at this match board every time that we finish a race and figuring out directly here live where the next teams will be going. Oh, wow, what a race.
It was a tight race. It was an unusual race with one team already qualified, one already eliminated.
Yeah,
but the advantage was we had a real match race with circling at the start and taking Jewel off the line.
Yeah, that's something we haven't seen yet. Remember, this is the first race of the day. We still have 3 more races, and now we are going to get into some fleets where the point standings are a lot closer. So really, anybody could make it through or be disqualified.
And great conditions.
And great conditions. Paul McKenzie, thank you very much for having come in here, and you will be staying with me for the next race. So I thank you very much for that. And we'll take a quick break as we have the next fleet hopping onto the boats. So stick around as it's the golden day here. Like we said it before, all races count double in points. This is the day where we find out who will go through to the quarterfinals and who is going home. So stay with us. We'll be right back.
I'm gonna change.
go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
My name is Mattias Ram and I'm the tactician at SSL Teams Sweden. As a tactician, I'm kind of have the overview of the race course and setting up where we want the boat to sail. So with my instruments and looking at the breeze and the other opponents, giving my team the advice where to sail on the race course.
My name is Joca Signorini, I'm from Brazil and I'm a tactician. Tactics is a big part of our sport in sailing. We play a lot, trying to always position ourselves in a good spot related to the other boats.
My name's Matthew Belcher. I'm the strategist tactician for Team Australia. I guess my part is I'll caddy for the main sheet. I'll have a look at the Vang, the Cunningham and some of the controls just on the centerpiece here. You know, downwind, I'm easing on the spinnaker and, you know, just trying to do drop lines and just really help support the guys that are doing the main grinding. I'm pretty light, pretty small, not a great grinder and, you know, and I'm just tailing a lot of sheets but also trying to get my head out of the boat and, you know, make sure we're in the right position.
As a tactician, you are kind of a football coach or a co-driver in a car.
The most important skill is just to remain calm, you know, and just try and be in advance and put your boat in the right position and just try and predict what your competitors are going to do.
Communication is very important on this role as well. And as I said before, it's a full teamwork and we achieve things together.
The best young sailor. I must say Marco Gradoni at the moment, 3 times Optimist World Champion, an Italian, and now he's moved to the mix for 70, and I think he has a great, promising future. How long have you been sailing? Describe how you have started. I have been sailing basically all my life since I was 5 years old. I started sailing with my dad on a cabin boat in the lake of São Paulo, in Guarapiranga Lake. And he was the one who brought me to the club and taught me how to sail in the first few times. And from then on, I moved to the Optimist when I was 9. What is the best and the worst thing of being a sailor? Well, I think the best thing is that it's never boring. Every day you have a different condition, you're sailing in a different spot against different opponents. There's so many different boats that you can sail, so it's never boring and you're in touch with the nature. So that's very positive.
My name is Fredrik Orell and I do the pit on the boat. The pitman is the coordinator of all the ropes.
The tactician, the skipper, all those guys tell us where they're going and we're going to make it happen. And without us, that doesn't happen. So you could say we're the most important part of the boat, especially me and the bowman. We make things happen and the tacticians just wish it.
What I do is I work together with the bowman to make sure everything, all the sails come up and down smoothly, and I also trim the runners. It's a bit of a piano play with all the jammers and halyards and runners and tack lines and stuff, but pretty busy.
So here in the pit, it's where all the halyards and some other ropes that control the going up and down of the sails finish. So I have clutches where I can open so the ropes can run out, and I can close so that they are locked. With these two winches, I also control some of the halyards and stuff, but mostly the runners, the rope pulling the mast back. So these are these grey boys. And this gate's quite heavy because we have to pull the mast back against the wind.
How much would someone have to pay you to eat a live spider? Depends if it's poisonous.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And if it's hairy.
Yeah.
Well, quite a lot for a big hairy one, but a small one maybe. I don't know.
How much for a small one? I'd do it for 200 quid a small one. 200 quid?
Yeah. €10?
Yeah, I was thinking €10. A wee one.
Yeah. It's protein.
Do you know there's a restaurant I went to in London which is the only meat on the menu is insects.
Bugs.
Yeah. And they're like, this is the future of eating. Is you don't eat red meat or cows or whatever, you eat a bug.
Right, so we're going to be paying to eat spiders in a few years' time.
Yeah. Might get that crunch and salty crunch of a spider's leg down your neck. Dinosaurs or dragons, which one would you wish existed now?
I think there's plenty of dinosaurs around right now, but hopefully we aren't some of them.
I thought you were going to say, and therefore dragons. I want to see a fire-breathing dragon. I'd say a dragon.
What is your best memory as a sailor? Ian?
Mine is probably my first match racing world championship.
Nice.
How come?
It's quite a long time ago, so it's quite hard to remember it, I have to admit. But yeah, it's I guess it's about achieving a goal, isn't it, that you set yourself for a long time and worked hard to try and achieve.
What is the most interesting thing for you in the SSL Gold Cup event?
Probably the most interesting is the people involved. Great sailors out on the race course. And
Huge variety of nations and teams and sailors from different backgrounds. It's good to mix.
Do you think penguins have knees?
Aaron, this is your one, because you look like a penguin expert.
I mean, you'd think they would under the little tuxedo, right? They kind of walk like they don't have knees.
I think I'm going with no on that one.
No? Team choice? No?
Yeah, no. I'm
No.
gonna
No
vote
knees.
no.
Hello, my name is Martina Graal. I'm from Team Brazil. I do main strategy and floater, so I just basically help everywhere that is in need.
I think as a floater it's very important to be versatile, flexible, be ready to shoot in whenever you can.
Well, on the pre-start I'm in charge of telling the time every 30 seconds, 20 seconds or 10 seconds, and after 30 seconds it's every second.
I don't do much, I just go straight for the hike, but all the other maneuvers and helping with the pole out and tack in. Downwind, helping to pass the spinnaker on the jibe. On the downwind maneuver, also helping the spinnaker in.
I pass this line that it's kite halyard and I pass it to the jib trimmer to put it on the winch.
If I compare being a floater to real life, I would say that it comes close to being a best friend. You always try to help everyone and keep the far goal in mind, and that doesn't always mean putting yourself first, but being a good person.
Which movie would you want it to be if your life was a movie? Smurfs? They seem to have a lot of fun.
Mamma Mia seemed like a lot of fun to make. Could get a bit over the top with the musical though, all the time.
Who do you see as a hero in this world and why?
I think Usain Bolt's probably up there.
Yeah.
He had a lot of fun, enjoyed his time, entertained the entire world, and became the fastest man on the planet. He performed everything that sport should be.
Who is your all-time celebrity crush, Ian?
I'm not really into that sort of thing. You go for that.
Got to be Margot Robbie or someone like that.
Oh, Margot
surely.
Robbie's probably a good shout.
Yeah.
You want to...
I stopped watching Neighbours well before she was in it.
Minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome back. We are back here for the race number 2. So this will be fleet number 3. And race number 4, fleet number 3, second race of the day. Let's take a look, before we go out onto the water, let's take a look at the highlights from yesterday's race from this fleet. Race 3, Fleet 3 saw a good start for all boats, with Switzerland taking the lead, as they were the first boat to get to the weather mark. But as soon as they got to the offset, they had a problem with their spinnaker, and Chile managed to roll over them. Chile kept the lead and ended up by winning the race. A big battle for points between Switzerland and the Republic of South Africa then ensued. South Africa, too, had issues with their spinnaker. And in the end, Switzerland managed to pass just in front of the Republic of South Africa. And Norway finishing 4th.
For us, it's a really, really good day. We start this round with a last place in the first race. a difficult race with a lot of change. And the plan for the week is try to catch that point to arrive at the medal race with chance to win, to pass the next round. I think today we sailed very, very, very well.
Overall, after 3 races, Switzerland leads the fleet with 9 points. Republic of South Africa is also tied with 9 points in second place. 8 points for Chile in third, and 4 points for Norway. And that was the lineup for that is what happened yesterday. Let's take a look at the lineup right now. For this fleet, number 3 on the top left-hand side of your screen is South Africa. Team Ubuntu SSL ranked number 40th, weighing in 717 kilos. The captain of the team is number 9, Ian Ainsley. To the right is Team Chile, Fides Terra Sailors, SSL ranked number 25. The team weighing in at 712 kilos. They are the lightest team out there on the water today. Captain of that team is Pablo Lorca. To the bottom left-hand side of your screen is Team Switzerland, the Helvetic Lakers, SSL ranked number 12, team weighing in at 724 kilos, and captain of the Swiss team is number 10, Eric Monin. To the bottom right, Norway, they call themselves a Nord Stream. They are SSL ranked number 16, weighing in at 722 kilos. The captain of that team is Mr. Ivan Melleby. And now, let's listen to the team's national anthems. And those were the team's national anthems right there. So we are about to get racing underway. Let's take a look here. These are the crews for the South African boat here. Let's not forget the helmsman here, especially Ian Ainsley, who is world champion and has been 3 times to the Olympics. Moving on to Team Chile, as we have in the floater position, the captain of the team, Pablo Lorca. That is your crew for the Chilean team. As we quickly move on to Team Switzerland, the captain of the team right there is Eric Mona. He will be at the helm. Those are the guys sailing on the Swiss boat. And now, Norway captain Ivan Melleby, 4 times at the Olympic Games and 3rd at the World. Ivan is the captain and trimmer right there. So that's Team Norway. We are 1 minute away from the start. Let's take a look at the overall. Switzerland and South Africa are tied with 9 points, and Chile only 1 point behind. Norway has 4 points, so it's anybody's game to be able to pass on to the next round. So anybody could make it in this round. This is going to be a very, very tight racing right here. Now let's see if Norway can pull a trick out of the hat right now, as we've seen them sort of behind all the others. Here we are. Switzerland is the most windward boat right now. 30 seconds to go. It's could potentially be a dangerous spot for Team Switzerland if they get squeezed out. It looks like South Africa right now is in a very difficult position. Okay, there are still 20 seconds left, so South Africa could perhaps put in attack and have more speed than everybody, so it's not all over for South Africa. It might actually be a very, very good start for the South African team, as all teams are going to be able to cross the line, and it looks as though the line is open, and I see no individual recall on the race committee. So a good start for all boats right now, as South Africa is the last one to cross the line, but they can put the low mode down and perhaps be able to make their way back. So a tight racing right here as we are on board with the Chilean boat, and we see the Swiss just above them. Looks as though everybody is on a starboard tack right now, cruising their way up. So remember, Switzerland and South Africa are both tied in points. Chile is only 1 point behind. So anything could happen between these 3 boats. Depending on how they finish, well, perhaps Norway could even make it as well. So it's anyone's game.
It's a really even group. 3 really even teams. I'd say Norway's a little bit behind the other 3. But they've had quite a good start, an easy position to leeward. The others are putting a bit of pressure on each other, especially Swiss on the hip, and South Africa back a little further. Bigger gap, but back. It's not an easy position either. Norway's in an easy position. Chile, great start. Nobody wants to take the risk of tacking off at this stage, and nobody's forced to tack.
As we see all the crews here on all these boats hiking as hard as they can. Remember, the flatter they can get these boats, the faster they can go. And it's a drag race right now as we are looking at the Chilean boat right now in a powerful position against the Swiss boat.
It is a drag race. It's a nice position for Chile. You can see they're just sailing high in the jib. It's just flapping every once in a while. It's a better position for Switzerland now because they didn't want to tack before South Africa did, because that would involve a big dip and a difficult maneuver. But South Africa probably had to move, or they saw something which opened the door for Switzerland to tack over without a big loss.
Here we go now. We have attack from Switzerland, creating a small split in the field as we see the Chilean team going over with Switzerland and South Africa. Now we'll see those three boats right there really having a battle between all of them.
Yeah,
Norway perhaps creating the surprise by sort of staying out of the picture right now and not getting too involved in this three-boat battle.
I think you're right. I think that Norway can probably see they don't quite have the speed of the others yet. They're looking for something extra. They've taken a nice start on the left. They're in front. Why not continue with the left a little bit, because it's paid so far.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen. This is the second race of the day as we are looking here at fleet number 3, where things are very, very tied up in terms of points. Anybody can pass right now. Everything will come down to this race as we are on the golden day where this race counts double in points. So remember, Switzerland and the Republic of South Africa are tied up with 9 points. Chile is just trailing behind by 1 point with 8, and Norway had 4. So this is why we're seeing these three boats right here really battling it out. And Norway perhaps trying to stay to not let the fleet completely go off to the other side, but not really getting too involved. So important right now. Remember, Norway can mathematically still pass through. It'll be harder for them because they came in with less points to today. But depending on what happens, then we will see. So, talking about seeing, let's go out onto the water as Raquel is close to the action.
I am very close to the action. We were very close to the starting line, and we saw a different start from the previous race. So the boats here were perfect. They were trying to be perfect on time of distance, and they were closer definitely than the previous race. Well, they were, like you said, South Africa was a little late compared to the rest of the fleet. And what happened on Team South Africa is that after that tag, right before the committee boat, crew number 6 almost fell in the water. It was saved by 2 of his mates, the ones sitting right next to him. So I think in the previous race we saw probably the nerves playing a big factor on Team Tahiti, because we've never seen them maneuvering like that. And I am afraid that the nerves might be playing a bad trick in this race as well. So it's important to stay calm today. The weather and the conditions are similar as yesterday. They're very nice, easy sailing conditions. The wind is straight, it's even on the race course. The sea state is much better. I mean, there's not that big swell. There's a little chop, but very manageable. And I mean, the teams, what they have to do is probably just keep focused and maneuver well, smooth. They have to keep calm. Their worst enemies today is probably their nerves.
Well, thank you very much, Raquel, for that insightful information right there. It's great because she could just see some things that we've got cameras all over the place, but we don't see it all. So, Raquel, thanks a lot. We'll be coming back to you as much as we can here in order to get your point of view as you are looking live on the racing and following the boats around. We are now on board here with the Norwegian team. Oh, and we look like we have a cross right now, or at least 2 boats coming together. Republic of South Africa and Switzerland, and now the Chilean boat. Will the Chilean boat tack in front? Yes, they do. Oh, what a good tack right there by Chile as they just backed that jib just 1 second right. It was so clean. I was looking at the jibs on some of the other boats and they were just flapping just a little bit more. That was just a perfect tack right there by the Chile.
A great tack by Chile, you're right, but fantastic tactical move from South Africa. It was looking really even coming out on port, but they must have got a little bit of a right shift, and they were just able to tack over and get a piece of Switzerland, which has really put Switzerland in a difficult position now. You can expect losses for Switzerland in the next few minutes.
As we listen on board right now to some of the conversations as they are just putting in attack right now, the Swiss boat trying to get out of that sandwich situation right there. Switzerland being put in a difficult position by the Republic of South Africa, having to tack off to the right-hand side as we are still 1,400 meters away from the windward mark. Here comes Team Switzerland deciding to put in attack. It seems to me that wasn't very fast in terms of attack. I know I'm being a little critical, but it seems to me like that attack from Switzerland, it just didn't have too much speed coming out of it.
It looks like that the level has gone up so much we're getting critical about little details.
We are getting.
It was a good tack. We have seen better, but it was good enough. I think the big thing at the moment is that the right side seems to be paying. You can see Norway's dropping back a bit, and Switzerland wasn't happy to continue on port, so they just went for a bit of separation and they've got back onto starboard. So must be in a right phase at the moment. We can also see a ship on the left-hand side of the course, which limits how far you can go out to that left lay line, I'd say. So at the top part of the course, you're a bit limited in your options. Norway's coming back now, probably to avoid the ship.
Yeah, so that ship is there, and the reason they're avoiding it is not because they're going to run into it, but because it's creating a wind shadow, and so therefore, you obviously, if you want to be going fast with the sailboat, well, you need to have wind in your sails, and if you're hanging out in the wind shadow of one of those huge ships, then you'll be going slower than everybody else. So as we look here, Republic of South Africa now managing to create a gap and having a slight lead over the other boats.
Chile sailing well as well. South Africa is doing really nicely, but Chile sailing well, staying clear, clean. Their tacks are excellent. Boat speed's always good, so these two teams are really in a nice situation at the moment.
And look at this. Norway, as we are on board with Norway, has managed to come and climb back and now fight with the three other boats. So Norway is now in third position. Switzerland right there getting squeezed out and having a tough time. They are in fourth, as you see right there. So now Norway is getting back into the mix.
A lot of good sailors on the Norway team. It's more a mix of Olympic sailors and then a few from a Volvo team. But really good quality of sailor on board. It's normal that they're getting it together as we get further into the regatta.
And here comes attack, as you see the Swiss boat right now putting in attack. There's that boat we were talking about that's casting a wind shadow over in the background. So all the teams right now are getting closer and closer to those windward marks, as you see those two yellow marks right there on the right-hand side of your screen. Republic of South Africa just cruising, tactically sailing very well, making absolutely no mistakes right now. So they are leading the pack as they are putting in a tack, and perhaps we'll be able to lay the windward mark. So 400 meters left as we arrive at here, the first weather mark. We'll see what happens.
Chile was very close to. Chile was bow to bow with South Africa, but weren't game to put the tack in underneath and try to lay from there. So they've just opted to go behind and set up on the hip. Safe decision.
Now you see, as perhaps Republic of South Africa right there. I don't know. I'm not sure. You think they're gonna lay or not?
I'm pretty confident they're going to lay. These boats, even if you're underlaying a little bit at the end, as long as we don't get a shift, if you're underlaying a little bit at the end, there's enough momentum to be able to just put the bow up and flap the jib a bit
there we
and
go.
get around.
Now that the drone has shifted around, we clearly see, yep, they have no issues. They will be able to lay that mark. So South Africa right now is in the lead, 150 meters for them. This is very, very good news as a Chilean boat comes in the second, and we will soon be seeing the Swiss boat coming in on a port tack. So it'll be a port starboard situation with Norway, but that's further back. Let's take a look right here as South Africa gets to the weather mark first after 12 minutes and 56 seconds of racing. And an all-important moment right now for South Africa. Remember, yesterday they had a little bit of an issue with their kite as they now getting to the offset mark. Let's take a look and let's listen in as South Africa hoists their spinnaker for the first time. It's got to be a clean hoist. All right, it's looking pretty good. As Norway is this is the Chilean boat right there coming in second, so no issues. Oh, issues right now, problem for South Africa as they're having a little bit of an issue getting that spinnaker to fill up. They've gone at least 5 or 6 boat lengths, and that is no good for them as the Chilean team will be able to catch up. So again, issues with the Republic of South Africa putting up their spinnaker right there as we see the 3 boats that are behind. They are going to be catching up right now. So, oh, that was a close one. It looks like everything's all right now, but kind of scaring us here in the booth as South Africa leading the fleet right now, and just a little bit of a hiccup. They managed to sort that, but oh, that was a close one.
Looked like the hoist was okay, but they had trouble getting the jib down, so the spinnaker wasn't filling with the jib in the way. The loss wasn't huge, but it's just put them in an uncomfortable position. When they drive onto port, they will have a few doubts about crossing Chile. So tactically, it's annoying. They're not in the strong position that they were in before the hoist.
They weren't able to go quite as low as they would have liked to. They had to fill that spinnaker up to not lose any distance. Oh, lots of things happening already here. Take a look at the top left-hand side of your screen, ladies and gentlemen. Republic of South Africa, 17 points right there. Chile with 14 points. Switzerland 11 and Norway 8. So as it stands right now, the Republic of South Africa and the Chileans are going through to the next round. Switzerland and Norway, as it stands right now, are out. But anything can happen. We are only a quarter of the way into this race as we look here onto the Swiss boat. And the number 1 right there, the Bowman Mark Mona, number 11, as he is getting things squared away. Now, this is an interesting boat. It is very Swiss on this boat. There's a lot of discussions, and I was speaking with them yesterday, and they told me, well, you know, you have to understand there are 9 different cantons, so 9 different states on this boat. So they do have to speak together, and that's the whole thing about Switzerland is many different regions, 4 national languages. So consensus on this boat is right now the key word, and
it was
interesting to see.
They had an interesting training program, whereas most of the teams came to Grandson for 1 week, 2 times or 3 times. The Swiss opted to come weekends 7 or 8 times. So they've had quite a bit of time together. I think they know the boat quite well by now. They could pick the weather forecast and come when there was wind at the lake, and they did a good preparation.
Yeah, that is definitely an advantage of being able to practice at home. So when we say Grandson in Switzerland, that is in the French-speaking part of Switzerland.
This is still a really tight race. No clear advantage for anyone, and the Swiss are definitely not too far behind at this stage. To the point that they're keeping it close and driving back into the pack. They don't want to have a big separation and roll the dice too much.
So, very interesting here as we see the Chileans coming back in contact with Norway. Switzerland a little bit out in back. Let's see what the Chileans are going to do right now. Probably a jibe and protect their position. Looks like we have a jibe being put in by the Norwegians right now. There it is, that jibe to protect their position from Norway. So lots of things happening here as the boats are coming back together, jibing. We see South Africa in that low mode, trying to stay on the inside, as they had a hard time doing it before, as we saw as they went around the offset mark.
South Africa doing a good job at this stage of just keeping clear, making it easy, not having to put in too many jibes. Don't have anybody sitting on their air at the moment. They'll be looking to get around the bottom gate with a little gap and just to make it easy for themselves.
Yeah, and perhaps right now also putting themselves in a powerful position with the Chilean boat, as when both boats will jibe, the Republic of South Africa will be on the inside and will have that perhaps an advantage as they get down towards the leeward gate. So a very smart sailing right there. Several things being done on the South African boat positioning, not doing too many maneuvers and losing speed, and already thinking about how they're going to set themselves up at the leeward gate. So remember, we are on leg number 2 of 4. We have 800 and some odd meters until we get down to the leeward gate, where they can choose either side as they get down to that leeward gate. And we have seen some dramatic situations in the past couple days. We also saw in the last race a couple issues with some late drops and mark roundings. Anything can happen. This is a crucial moment. Look at the distance now. We are getting halfway through the race. We're talking about 40 meters difference between the leader and boat number 4. So coming into this, we said anybody could lead, and well, we're halfway through, and anybody can lead. There is no clear leader.
It's really tight. South Africa's spinnaker looks very flapping a lot. It looks like they're lacking a bit of pressure. Switzerland's obviously quick. They've come back from behind to be part of the lineup here, and Chile and Norway on the edges doing well.
As we listen on board here to the Chilean boat, here comes a jibe from Team Chile. Remember, South Africa right there are going to jibe on the inside. So there it is, that very powerful position right now from the South Africans. Have they managed to get out in front of Chile? No, they have not. So it doesn't look as though the Republic of South Africa will be able to cast a wind shadow on the Chilean team. So even though the placement was good, Chile managed to have a little bit more speed. Or perhaps, will the Republic of South Africa be able to just roll over the Chilean boat as we get down to the gates? 92 meters between the leaders and 4th place right here. Anything could happen.
Looks like Chile's lined up for the left mark, looking down. Nice position, they'll be on the inside. South Africa.
Now there's port and starboard situations right here coming in as we see the Swiss boat right there, which is on a port tack coming in towards South Africa. What are they going to do as we see an early drop from the Chilean team? Let's see what Switzerland will do here as they are trying. South Africa, why is their spinnaker still up? and Switzerland trying to bring down their spinnaker, but no, Switzerland sails over their spinnaker, and the spinnaker's underneath the boat for Switzerland. No, the jib is on the wrong side. It's a late drop for Switzerland. It's a catastrophe. The boat is completely stopped as South Africa goes around to the other side. They managed to bring down their spinnaker quite well, and we're seeing the Norwegian team and the Republic of South Africa on the left-hand side as Switzerland has lost all of their speed. It was a good comeback, but it's just too late. That drop has completely hampered their opportunity to be able to catch back up. So, drama down here at the leeward gate as Switzerland puts their spinnaker underneath the bow and completely stops their boat. What? Oh, now they have no choice. They're going to have to make some drastic tactical decisions in order to be able to come back. So, that's what happens when you drop late, and we've seen it over and over and over again. I mean, you have to be impeccable on your drops, and well, unfortunately for them, it wasn't. But
they looked like they were gaining. The door looked open. They were just tempted to push too far with the spinnaker up, and in the end, just ran out of time to get it away. South Africa ended up in a tough situation with Chile on the inside. They took the safe option to change marks, sail across the gate, and drop on the other side.
And South Africa, even though they took their time and dropped their spinnaker well, they did lose time by having to sort of stay in the middle. So they're playing the safe game on the South African boat right now, and it's proving to have sort of saved them, even though they are currently in third place. Switzerland taking all the risks and putting everything they have in it, taking a lot of risks, and somehow, I don't know what magic they've managed to do, but Switzerland is only 130 meters back behind.
I think they're counting a lot on their match racing bowman and pitman. They did a great job to get that kite away in the situation that they got into.
Oh, and did you see that jib was on the wrong side as well when they were coming back up? So that looked really tough.
Everything was wrong. But they've got away with it.
And they're back. And they're back. Well, they're back. I mean, they're only 30 meters behind the Republic of South Africa. So the Chilean team and the Norwegian team making a very good mark roundings. Chile taking their time, making sure they're dropping early, and that was a big gainer for them. So
you're exactly right, but the real gain was to make the move out on the left side, looking downwind, to pick the ley line right, to pass South Africa and come in with all the rights. And then you just choose your time to put the spinnaker away and concentrate on your rounding. You don't have to worry about the other boats.
So right now, Chile is our leader. Norway second, the Republic of South Africa third, Switzerland fourth.
Gains for South Africa on the right here.
I'm sure at home you're all out with your calculators and trying to calculate who's got what amount of points. Be interesting to see right now who is going through. Is the Republic of South Africa currently able to go through? Obviously, Chile's going through. Norway coming back up to second. There it is, the projected results. So, Republic of South Africa just managing to be in front of the Swiss boat. So it really looks like right now the Swiss boat needs to be in front of the Republic of Africa. So the battle is right there, is between those two boats.
Yeah, I think South Africa probably knows they need a bit of a gap on Switzerland at the top mark because the Swiss look a bit stronger downwind. South Africa are really good upwind, but possibly lacking a bit on the downwind, or Switzerland are just exceptional. But I think they need a bit of a gap at the top.
696.
So, Switzerland is obviously, they are not used to sailing with these big wavy conditions as we see here, and they are more of a specialists in lighter wind sailing, so going downwind, they are very good at that, and also very, very shifty conditions back in when you're sailing on those lake conditions. So doesn't surprise me, I should say, to see them very strong and in the downwind. But right now, no matter how strong they are, they're still in 4th place. So Switzerland down in 4th. The Republic of South Africa is just in front of them. And our leader, Team Chile sailing very, very well.
They look really comfortable. They're bit in the mold of Lithuania, a tight team, sail together a lot, have all their positions settled for years. Their boat's just going smoothly. They're out in front. It's looking comfortable for them at this stage.
So a great sail by the Chilean team as we see them at the top of our image right there. And that is Norway hiking as hard as they can right there. Now who's counting down? Somebody is tacking. Perhaps it is the Republic of South Africa that's just put in attack. As heard them speak in English. I think the Swiss boat is speaking in French.
We saw in the first upwind, Norway looked like they were lacking a little bit of pace compared to the other boats, but they seem to be hanging in a bit better this time. They didn't have any problems on the downwind. They were quick. So if Norway can get around the top mark in 2nd, there's a good chance they can stay there.
Hey, you know what, Paul? I think we should go and speak with Raquel and see if she sees anything that we are not seeing out on the water. So, Raquel, you got any hot info for us?
Well, not hotter than what you're seeing. What I see, and you might not, is that the white tips are back, the white caps are back. So I think we are probably around 10 knots here, and there's no favorite side. And well, we are very close to Team Norway now. I would say 10 meters from them. It feels like being on board with them. And I see a much different team from what I've seen in the previous days. So they got the hang of it. I think we saw that happening in the previous round as well. Sometimes you just need the first 3 days to understand things and perform well on the 4th day. And this is why the double points. I mean, it gives everybody the opportunities, even the teams joining for the first time the competition, to get acquainted to the boat and to themselves, most of the boat, mostly more than the boat, sorry. And well, Switzerland had an opportunity, they blew it, you saw that, and Norway is right here on the right course, maybe tacking now, but they're happy with their position. They're not going to cover the other boats to see and put themselves back in the bunch. They're happy. Their captain, Ivan, I know him quite well because he's a star class world champion, and I follow that class very closely. And he knows his way, he knows his tactics, he knows how to read the wind, and he likes the windy conditions. So probably a good day for Norway. Happy to see them closing the round well. And this is all I see, apart from big ships around our race course, just anchored here around us.
Thank you, Raquel, for that very insightful information. I'm so happy to hear that the white caps are back, and so that means that the wind is coming up. Very, very nice. So wind is coming up, and we're seeing whitecaps. They're still sailing with the biggest sail out there, so they are cruising right now, these boats right here, and we should be seeing, it'll be a great last downwind session. And it's here we are, 700 meters away from the windward mark, And you're absolutely right, Raquel. Norway is sailing very well, and that's what we've been seeing on board as well. It's great to see them back up in the front. Look at this. The Republic of South Africa has now managed to put themselves back into second place with a 20-meter lead over.
Well, we're about to see exactly how much that is, with Norway just tacking out here, coming back at the two boats, Chile and South Africa. South Africa's really done pretty well after a bit of a deficit at the bottom mark. They're right back at the front.
Oh, and look at that. I see water inside the boat there on the bottom. So waves coming over the top of the boat, and then looking like a little bit of a stronger conditions now. It should be really interesting to see how these boats get their spinnakers up. Looks like it's a tough time to be able to get back onto the high side. And look at this. Look at this. Now it looks as though the Chileans and the Republic of South Africa are passing in front of Norway. As the Republic of South Africa, you said it, they're very, very fast on the windward beat. As we are only 300 meters away from the windward mark. Now, I did not hear anything from, I did not hear of any change in course. I confirm that there has been no change in course. So we will now get to the weather mark, and we will see the dogleg once again.
Looks like quite fat lay lines from these guys. They had no reason to tack early. So Chile straight in, they'll be leading. South Africa will be right behind. And Norway's right there.
So just interesting, right here, we just saw this one Chilean go down and attach something onto the sail. So what that is called the short sheet, and that allows to be able to sheet off or sheet out the jib as they are on that beam reach, in order to be able to put the spinnaker sheet onto the winch, because they use the same winch. And so if you guys are wondering, well, why did he just go down there? He just put his weight down the leeward side of the boat. Well, they got to do that.
No more tacks.
No more tacks. Here they are on that beam reach. So they are releasing the all of the jib sheet, and then we'll see them. Perhaps we will see them doing that change. Now,
we saw the boats on the outsides gaining last time, so you want to set up outside early here.
Now let's take a look here as the Chilean boat right here. They need a clean hoist in order to stay out in front, and that's a good hoist. Republic of South Africa, they got to do a better job than the last time, and it looks good. And a good drop for the jib on the South African boat, as they are getting attacked by Norway in the back. So a good hoist for all three boats. Nice and clean. Here comes Switzerland. If Switzerland wants to have any chance of surviving, going to the next round, this has got to be a perfect maneuver. And it looks as though it is a good maneuver.
4 perfect maneuvers. Nobody's out of this race.
28 meters difference between first and fourth. It's even closer than the first time we went downwind. Look at this.
South Africa looks like they're not setting up to drive early. They're pushing high, trying to push forward.
And Switzerland jibing away in the background there. They're going to have to do something in order to come back. It looks like the Republic of South Africa is putting the pressure on the Chilean team. As all these boats are now in a low mode. Projected results are on the top left-hand side, so of course Chile again going through. Same thing, Republic of South Africa 15 points, Switzerland 11, Norway 8. So if it stays like this, right now it's Republic of South Africa and Chile going through. Now it'll be interesting here. Oh, what's this? Little red flag in hand. What's?
I guess it's preparation. Expecting the worst later on. Tactician going forward to be in a better position weight-wise for the boat. Just wants to have his flag with him. So the question when the three boats together was whether you hold in and you really want that right-hand side of the course looking down, or whether you get out like South Africa and the Swiss did and sail free and make your boat go a bit faster.
I'll tell you what, Paul, I'm feeling it. It's going to be down to the wire. We're going to have 4 boats come across that finishing line. We're not going to know who's in front of who. It's been absolutely crazy these last couple days as we've had finishes that have been so close. We even saw a finish yesterday where the time difference was 0 seconds. So that was just not enough for us to be able to see what it was, but the race committee, well, they know what's going on. So interesting here as we have sort of a little bit of a jibing duel.
Yeah, South Africa's really concentrating on Switzerland. Chile's getting away a little bit. Norway's just playing that right-hand side.
So you hear all this discussion here on the Swiss boat.
It's interesting the communication on the different boats with the different cultures. The Swiss are really a team that talk a lot, very noisy boat. All working together, and their way of working together is to just continually communicate, motivate each other. South Africa is a really quiet boat. And Chile, a bit more in the Swiss mode, but with another rhythm.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. It's you would think that the Swiss are nice and quiet and are locked away at the top of their mountains making little clocks and watches.
Not at all.
Well, here's the proof. It's not like that at all. So dynamic team, lots of communication on that Swiss boat, and very interesting to see. Absolutely. As we see here, Switzerland furthest off to the course right and trying to make their way back. Sounds like we are on board with Chile right there, as they are our leaders right now. 84 meters lead in front of the Republic of South Africa. Now, if Switzerland is a fast boat, now look at the difference between the Republic of South Africa, top left-hand side. Republic of South Africa, 81 meters behind the leader. Look at Norway and Switzerland. Switzerland is only 20 meters back behind. So there's just really nothing in it. It could change at any time as I'm looking at those numbers right there. Completely crazy. Look at those 3 boats. And I mean, even Chile, one wrong move and they could be relegated to the back. So yes, they do have a 95-meter lead.
But it just looks like Chile just seems to understand the downwind. Don't forget they started just a few meters in front of South Africa and Norway at the top mark, and they're just extending all the time. Chile seems to get it. It's the other teams that
so Chile, fast boat downwind.
Yep.
Switzerland as well, managing to come back now. Switzerland is in 3rd place, but only by a meter. And now they're up in 2nd, but you don't know what's going to be happening. This is tough right now for the Republic of South Africa in 3rd. So in the provisional overall right now, things could change as we are seeing Switzerland in 2nd place. So right now, if Switzerland manages to get out in front of the Republic of Africa, they will be passing through with only 2 points lead. Anything can happen right now. This is really, really close. As you see here, right now, as it stands, Switzerland and Chile are going through. Chile needs to stay out in front. and be very, very cool. Now it looks like 3 boats in the back are coming in together. The Swiss boat is on a starboard tack. Republic of South Africa has just put in a port tack.
Big choices.
Oh, look at the attack right now going in from the team South Africa as Switzerland jibes right in front of the South African boat. It looks as though, what is South Africa going to do? Is South Africa is going to try to roll over Switzerland as if perhaps they have enough speed? Switzerland right now is going to have to bear away. So a powerful position right now from Switzerland, but perhaps South Africa will be able to roll over Switzerland. This is a decisive moment for both of these teams. If Switzerland finishes in front of the Republic of South Africa, they will go on to the next round. If South Africa finishes in front of Switzerland, they go through to the next round. This is the big battle. It's right here. It's right now. It's 584 meters before we get to the finishing line. There's nothing in it. Oh, I can feel it. People in Switzerland and in South Africa are just standing and cheering in front of their television right now as there's nothing in it. Here comes a jibe 460 meters away from the finishing line right now. This is a crucial moment as perhaps the Republic of South Africa is setting themselves up for the final moments here. And looks like it's difficult to see where we are exactly. It's showing us 350 meters.
It looks to me like a bit of a desperation move from South Africa. I think the Swiss are really comfortable with this position now. Could be one jibe at the end, but they'll be coming back on starboard. They're even looking quite strong on Norway, so great position for Switzerland.
So let's see what happens here as the Swiss boat right here have been setting themselves up. You called it, Paul. You said that they were very fast downwind, and they're managing to come back. Now, what is going to happen here with the Norwegian boat and the Swiss boat? As we see Chile has been in the lead, 100 meters to go. Chile is going to pass the line first, and they are qualified to go to the quarterfinals. Oh, that's great to see. Yes. Congratulations. And as now we see, what is this? This is the Norwegian boat. Okay, but this is the final right now. This is the big moment. Who is going through for the second place right now? It looks as though Team Switzerland has just made it. They've come out of nowhere as Switzerland passes in front of the Republic of South Africa. There goes Switzerland qualified as they pass just in front of the Republic of South Africa. South Africa being in the lead for so long. Oh, terrible news for the Republic of South Africa. I feel so bad for them. And I feel so happy for Switzerland, but
it's always a winner and a loser at the end.
This emotional roller coaster. Paul, I can't take it anymore. This is race 2. We still have 2 more races to go here on the Golden Day. Oh, so congratulations right there as Chile and Switzerland make it to the next round. And it's goodbye for the Republic of South Africa and Norway.
Chile were just exceptional. Really smooth race from start to finish. Switzerland need to improve, but they mentally did a fantastic job. They're really impressive downwind. And South Africa, not quite good enough. Good team, did really well, but the level's really high now.
South Africa has been with us also for a very long time. They've moved up through the rounds, and they've sailed better and better, and we've seen them have some great racing. Oh, sad to see South Africa going away as we kept on seeing them progress more and more, but that is sailboat racing. Oof, I'm just trying to catch my breath here.
A great race.
What a great race. So there it is. Chile wins it after 44 minutes, 8 points for them. Norway, 6 points. Switzerland, 4. South Africa, 2. Now, let's see here. This is the definitive results as Chile and Switzerland pass through onto the next round. So Chile 16 points, Switzerland 13, just 2 little points ahead of South Africa. And look at how close that was between South Africa and Norway, with only 1 point separating them. So that is Chile and Switzerland moving on to the quarterfinals, and South Africa and Norway going home. Now, I am pretty sure that Raquel is out there on the water with a great interview. There she is, Raquel. We are listening.
I am here. I'm here with a very happy Eric Monen. Still a little proven, like you're still a bit under stress. Eric, what happened? You were in and out so many times in this race.
Yeah, what a race. What a race. Struggling so much in the upwind, not really doing bad, but always being exactly in the position which is not the good one. Squeezed in between our two opponents, mostly between Chile and South Africa, so not really happy to be there, but yeah, we had to try to survive, and I told my guys we have to be as close as we can on the top mark. We need to get every meter, and then there is the downwind, and yeah, thanks to all the teams, we put great jibes. And
so you guys, I have to tell you something. So Eric is the helmsman, as you know, and it's not the most athletic job out there. No. But he is breathless. You can't breathe.
Yes, I am. Sure. No, it's you know, you have to.
Well, how was your heartbeat?
Yeah, I never measured it, but sure I was high, and sure everyone on the team was high. Yeah, and thanks also to everyone in the team and to Simon on the trim of the Jenaker. Yeah, it's magic with him.
So now a couple of days of rest.
Yeah.
But then you know who you're expecting. Shall I tell you?
Yeah, tell me.
To spoil your next couple of days.
Yeah, tell me.
So you're gonna find Lithuania.
Whoa.
Okay. Italy and Spain.
Wow. Okay, that's gonna be an interesting one.
It's going to be an all-European round, very, very strong.
Yeah, no, definitely. That's what we said in the beginning. We have to improve every day, otherwise we have no chance to go through. That's sure. Even though we did some very, very good downwind speed, very happy about that. We have to work on some little details. We have seen at the leeward mark, okay, there was a lot of boats around and a lot of distraction, but yeah, we have things to improve. We can improve, that's a good sign. Yes. But it will be tough, yeah.
Okay, so the Swiss have proven they're not just lake sailors, but they like the big ocean as well. Back to you, Jan.
Raquel, wow, that was crazy. As yes, what a comeback from Switzerland after some moves and dropping the spinnakers in the water and all sorts of craziness here in this fleet. So, fleet number 3 here in the 8th of the finals, about in the middle of your screen. Let's take a look where Chile is going to end up. So Chile will be against Germany and the Netherlands in fleet number 2. And as you were listening, Switzerland is going to be against Lithuania, Italy, and Spain in fleet number 4. So we've got 2 more races coming up today. As wow, unbelievable! All this
great racing,
up
both
and
races
down.
fantastic so far.
So, wow, we hope you enjoyed it, and how can you not? I understand for all of you that perhaps did not see your team go through. Anyways, thanks for all of you for having stuck with us here for the last couple days and weeks for the Republic of South Africa. And remember, you can follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and Also, take a look at our website. And also, I would like to thank you, Paul McKenzie, for coming in here and giving me and everybody your insight. It was
a pleasure.
As you have a lot of Olympic, you've been an Olympian, you've been to the Olympics, you've been in the America's Cup, and you sailed with Team France, and some very, very knowledgeable information, of course, knowledge coming from you. We really appreciate that. And coming up next for race number 3, we will be seeing Team France, and we have a special guest that will be coming in, who is no one else but Mr. Loïc Perron. So he'll be joining me here for the commentaries as we get on to race number 3 of today. And thank you very much. We're going to take a look at the highlights. And Paul, thank you very much.
Thanks, Jan.
And we'll see you around. You're welcome to come back anytime.
I will. Thanks.
Thanks, guys. See you soon. Bye-bye.
I'm gonna chase it, and I'm gonna chase it. I know we can't ignore it, no matter how hard we try. And I'm gonna chase it, and I'm gonna chase it. I know we can't ignore it, no matter how hard we try. Fire in the veins, I fight to gain, breaking all the rules to keep me sane. And I'm gonna chase it, and I'm gonna chase it. I know we can't ignore it, no matter how hard we try. And I'm gonna chase it, and I'm gonna chase it. I know we can't ignore
Minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
My name's Tom Slingsby and I'm the helmsman of Team Australia. I'm working with our trim team to try to make the boat go fast, also helping a bit with tactics and positioning on the racetrack.
My name is Robert Scheidt. I'm the captain of Team Brazil and my position is the helmsman. A lot of the times, because he has the boat on his hands, then it's easier for him to make some judgment calls of when to accelerate, when to push the boat.
Generally, I don't have too much to say on where we're going, but I'm working with Matt Belcher on the tactic. He's giving me a lot of information, and then I'm making the decision if we go with that or not.
My name's Ian Williams. I'm the team captain for Team GBR and also the helmsman. Yeah, so the helmsman drives the boat using the wheels here. We have 2 wheels, one on each side, so we change sides each time we tack and jibe.
I can sometimes also go to the leeward wheel to have a look at the jib, a look at the opponent, where the opponent is, because a lot of times the opponent will be behind our sails.
And we almost always steer helm from the side closest to the wind, which is the high side on the boat.
Yeah, the steering wheel works just like a car. It's pretty simple.
Open the box in the corner, take it and go back to the bench. That's the London Olympic gold medal. It reminds me a lot of the memory back in 2012 when I won this gold in Olympics. This gold medal was the first ever in Asia and nowadays still the only sailing dinghy gold medal in Asia. I think I not only made a history for my country but also made the whole Asia proud. And I remember a lot of people cheering for me on the medal race area. I realized several generations of Chinese sailors dream. Now the real medal is in China Maritime Museum. So if you ever travel to China, to Shanghai, pay a visit to the China Maritime Museum and you'll see a lot of exhibits that I donated and hopefully to showcase a bit of my experience and story in order to inspire more people to join the sailing family.
My name is Jacob Wilson and I'm the midbow on SSL Teams Sweden. Mostly I'm an extra hand on the upwinds. I'm helping the pitman a lot and the bowman. On the downwinds I'm helping the grinder, giving him an extra hand and moving my body weight around and giving a hand where it's needed.
I give back and forward information so that everyone on the boat knows it. You have to be ready all the time to help.
As a midbow, I think the hard part is you have to understand what's gonna be the next move, so you're at the right spot at the right time.
It's like the old position in football called libero, because you have to change position and do different things and give a helping hand if there's need a man.
How does it feel to get gold medal at the Olympics? Well, it's like climbing the top of a big mountain. It's the goal of every athlete. You know, the ultimate goal for every athlete is a gold medal at the Olympic Games. But getting a medal for sure is a great feeling. You feel great, you feel on top of the world. But I think the process of getting the gold medal and the improvement and what you have to go through is what enriches you more than the gold medal itself. Is it stressful to be the captain of the SSL Team Brazil? Yeah, kind of, because we're sailing with a group of very good sailors. I mean, a lot of champions in the boats. You feel kind of the responsibility to be, you know, to raise your bar and to sail the best every time you jump on that boat and sail with those guys. So it puts a little bit of pressure. The more you sail with the team and the more time you spend feeling that stress, the more used to it.
My name is Facundo. My position in the boat is the grinder. So as a grinder, you are using the coffee, which is basically the engine for the sails, because as we know, the sails for this boat are very, very heavy and really big, and with all the power of the wind, it is really hard to change them and to adjust them. So you are working together with the trimmers to adjust and release the sails with this beauty here.
So my name is Nelson Metro and I'm grinder on board Team Switzerland. For this role you have to be heavy and as strong as you can. So there is really big guys on the different team.
My name is Jens Möller. I'm the grinder here on SSL Team Sweden. Of course, you need to have the muscles when you're grinding, but I think you need to know what's happened when you're taking care of the pillow stall to get the sails in, so you don't smash things, and get the right power and the right trim call, and see what's happening on the course, and be ready every time.
So it's pretty basic how it works. It has a couple of bearings under the floor of the boat, and it's connected with these two winches to manage the front sails. Basically by pressing in these two buttons, it's connected with starboard winch. Then the same happens with the port winch, and the beauty about this is that it can also be connected to the main sail. During the race, you have to be very aware of what's happening to help pull the sails, because the sails are so heavy.
Which music are you listening all the time right now?
I'm listening to Jamie T's new album. Top of my list on Spotify at the moment.
Jamie T.
Number one album in the UK at the moment.
Who's Jamie T? I've not heard of Jamie T.
You haven't heard of Jamie T?
No.
I've got a lot of Dead Mouse and electronic dance music because I was in Ibiza last week.
Yeah, really? Oh, that's epic. That's epic. I've been listening to a lot of Coldplay recently, but not the dreary, boring ones, like the bangers, you know.
Yes, euphoric.
Yeah. You were in Ibiza last week, were you?
Mm. Do you think that your team could win SSL Gold Cup? Could win SSL Gold Cup? Or will?
Oof.
Of course we could.
Yeah.
My name is Luke Patience from Great Britain. My position on the boat is the mainsail trimmer. So I trim the big sail. I'm the small guy trimming the big sail on the boat. So my main role on the boat is to keep control of our biggest sail. And so it's with a lot of help from the crew, though. I don't do it alone. You know, we have a big powerhouse in the boat, Phil, and he does all the hard work for me. I'm just holding a bit of rope that controls how much the sail goes in and out.
I'm Kyle Langford. I'm the mainsail trimmer on Team Australia. My role is being in charge of the performance of the boat. So it's my role to make sure we're always sailing at the optimum speed and the optimum angle to the wind.
I can control how much the boat is leaning over. And if we're leaning over too much, I can ease it and try and keep the boat in control. Opposite, if we need more power, I can pull it in and power the boat up again.
I'm Kilian Wagen and I'm mainsail trimmer for Team Switzerland. Here we have the main sheet, which is the rope to control the main. This one is going into a winch because it's very, very hard to trim it. So we go around the winch and then we can trim it like this, and it's easier to trim the sail because it's big sail, so it's big power.
No, as the mainsail trimmer, I'm not the main sailor. I'm just trimming the main sail because it's up all the time.
The sail is called the mainsail just because it's the biggest one, but no sail is more important than another. You wouldn't take one aeroplane wing off and say the left one's better, you know, so it's the same thing with sails. You need everything for the boat to work.
What do you need to improve before the next race?
That's a big list. How long do we have time? Yeah, it was a tough one, the first one. We had some fuck-ups, but we are learning out of it, and there are definitely some things to improve, I would say.
The speed was actually good and made okay out of the start. Just had some
to boat handling issues,
Which never happened before.
which
or at
never
least
happened
one.
before. But it was our first sailing day here, so I hope we can get into it. And we will fight. What is the strongest side of your team?
I think one of the stronger sides is that we know each other for many, many years. Austria is a small country, so everybody knows everyone. We are like a family, so I think this is one of our strongest sides, I would say.
Agreed, yeah. Where is the end of the world?
There are many corners in Austria on some top of the mountains. I think actually he's staying in the end of the world.
From the Vienna
The good
side.
thing is we're 2 against 1, so
Yeah.
yeah.
The west side of Austria.
Bye!
My name is Jordan van Rooyen. I'm the bowman on the Dutch team. What the position bowman means is that you're to be the only one on the foredeck of the boat. So the foredeck starts from the mast going forward. Everything that happens on the foredeck, dropping sails and hoisting sails, gets done by the bowman.
You know, every role on the boat's pretty important, but if you mess this up, you look like a bloody fool. No one wants to trill the kite through the water and slow down. You do it well, it makes our team look good.
The spinnaker is the biggest sail on the boat, and it needs to come down in within 5 seconds time. If something goes wrong, the spinnaker can get in the water, and it can be that the whole blame of the boat comes on you.
If we want to communicate how far we are from the start line, basically we use the fingers to show how far back we are from the line. 1 boat length, 2 boat lengths, 1.5, and then we use basic signals to say hold, go, bow down, bow up, just pointing. I think the bowman is like being the goalkeeper because it's a key position and all the team is supporting the goalkeeper, and the goalkeeper needs to support the team as well.
Music instrument has the most annoying sound to you?
The trump, la trompeta, boludo. Trumpet. Sí, the trumpet. How many kilograms does Facu lie about? Ooh, it depends, because if he is with Germán Panay, probably 6 or 7.
Lies a lot. No, not so much.
And if he is with us, probably 1 or 2.
What are your hobbies other than sailing? For me, playing golf and studying.
I like biking and running.
I like playing squash and hanging around with my family.
Oh, this is for your wife, eh? He's a good husband, eh? What has been your greatest success so far? The 6th place in Tokyo in the last games.
Coaching Sand in the Olympics, but also as a sailor myself. I've done many years with Azur and Super Series that we've been quite successful, and many other regattas.
I like the Melges 24 Worlds that we did this year, that we finished 3rd. I think it was very good regatta. We have to fight hard for that.
Yeah, my name is Will Ryan and I'm a trimmer for the Australian team here in the SSL. So being a trimmer on a boat where there's 11 people or 10 people, it's a big responsibility because there's only 2 of us that really have a direct influence on the shape of the sails to make the boat go fast.
My name is Kaina Kunze and I'm the second trimmer. What I do on the boat is like most help first trimmer to leave the sails on the right position.
My name is Tomás Dietrich. I am the upwind trimmer for the Argentinian team in the SSL League Gold Cup. We have 3 different types of jibs depending on how much wind we are sailing with. We have one jib that we use until we have 12 knots, then another one from 13 to 16, and then we use another one from 17 plus. I think the most important skill is that you need to be very in sync with the wind and with the mode that your tactician is requiring.
So when the wind changes, as a trimmer, we always need to be adapting, and if we can do that in advance rather than responding afterwards, that's what gives us the advantage to make us a good trimmer versus a bad trimmer. Part of my role on the boat is being the trimmer is using these winches. So we have a jib sheet or a spinnaker sheet which uses, the jib sheet comes from this and goes around the winch. The spinnaker sheet is led from the back and around this leeward winch. And we get the grinder to give us some extra power by turning these winches. And we have an extra person to tail or cut in each of the different maneuvers. So that synergy and working together to get the power and the right timing of pulling those sails on really helps to get either the best spinnaker hoist, the best jibe, the best tack, the best acceleration and the best high performance out of the boat in all the different environments.
Bring it, we are waiting.
Hey guys, just come and we are waiting for you.
Let's have fun.
Don't forget to bring some wind.
Looking forward to meeting you. Ciao.
See you soon, guys.
We are waiting for you in the next round, and we're getting stronger.
We are waiting you.
See you guys in the next round.
Oh, that's you again.
You again?
Yeah, it's your favorite song. Your favorite song. No, we're not singers.
We're not singers.
I think we need Ivan for that. Yeah, we'll get him in next.
What is the difference between a bow and a grinder? Well, the bow is the front of the boat, and a grinder is a guy or a girl that trims the sails using the pedestal.
And the bow is the smartest guy.
Yeah, I would say.
Compared to a grinder.
Grinder is mostly like meat and muscle, and the bow is lean, mean machine. Like.
Yeah, it's all about, and the grinder is all about eating.
Fitness.
More eating.
What's the most famous flower in the Netherlands? Do you like it?
Tulip, of course.
Yeah, and I really like tulips. I always have tulips in my house. Do you give your girlfriend tulips?
Always.
Always.
Yeah. Always tulips?
Yeah. Romantic man, aren't you? Eh?
Yeah.
No, I like tulips. I always buy tulips.
My name is Mattias Ram and I'm the tactician at SSL Team Sweden. As a tactician, I'm kind of have the overview of the race course and setting up where we want the boat to sail. So with my instruments and looking at the breeze and the other opponents, giving my team the advice where to sail on the race course.
My name is Joca Signorini. I'm from Brazil and I'm a tactician. Tactics is a big part of our sport in sailing. We play a lot, trying to always position ourselves in a good spot related to the other boats.
My name's Matthew Belcher. I'm the strategist tactician for Team Australia. I guess my part is I'll caddy for the main sheet. I'll have a look at the Vang, the Cunningham and some of the controls just on the centerpiece here. You know, downwind, I'm easing on the spinnaker and, you know, just trying to do drop lines and just really help support the guys that are doing the main grinding. I'm pretty light, pretty small, not a great grinder and, you know, and I'm just tailing a lot of sheets but also trying to get my head out of the boat and, you know, make sure we're in the right position.
As a tactician, you are kind of a football coach or a co-driver in a car.
The most important skill is just to remain calm, you know, and just try and be in advance and put your boat in the right position and just try and predict what your competitors are going to do.
Communication is very important on this role as well. And as I said before, it's a full teamwork and we achieve things together.
And welcome back, everybody. So I have here in the studio with me Loïc Perron as we are about to start race number 3. Loïc, welcome.
Thank you very much. Such an honor to be here with you. Especially with you, Jan. You're doing a tremendous job since on the last few weeks.
No, it's the honor is mine, Loïc. The honor is mine, trust me. Guys, let's get things underway here as the boats, the teams are already onto the boats and we're about to get things started. So let's take a look here at the highlights from the last race on this Fleet 4. Race 3, Fleet 4 saw an absolutely crazy start as Portugal went over the line early, dove back down under to get a clear start. France too went over the line early as they were called for an on-course start and having to leave the race course at the weather mark. At this point, it became a 3-boat race with Slovenia in the lead until they crossed the finish line, putting 4 points on the leaderboard in front of Portugal and Sweden.
It was a really good race today, really good condition, because the condition was 12 knots or 13 knots, really fantastic. We changed also the jeep now, because we sail not with the big jeep, but with the smaller jeep, and it was really, really nice.
In the overall standings, after 3 races, Portugal leads the fleet with 11 points. Slovenia is second with 8, Sweden third with 6, and France in fourth with 4 points. And there you go. That's what happened yesterday. Now let's take a look here at the team comparisons for fleet number 4. Top left-hand side of your screen is Slovenia, Karpani 860 SSL ranked number 29, weighing in at 727 kilos. And the captain of that team is number 9, Vasily Zbogar. To the right of that is the Portuguese boat. They call themselves the Navigators, SSL ranked number 22. Team weight 722 kilos. Captain of the team, Joao Rodriguez. Bottom left-hand side is Sweden, the Vikings, SSL ranked number 10, weighing in at 724 kilos. Captain of the team, Jakob Gustafsson. And to the bottom right is Team France. They call themselves Les Bleus. They are SSL ranked number 6, weighing in at 723 kilos. And captain of the team, Loïc Perron, which is with me in the studio. Now, let's listen to the team's national anthems.
soldats qui est jusque dans nos mains, égorger nos fils et nos compagnes, aux armes citoyens, formez vos bataillons,
And those were the team's national anthems. Now let's take a look at who will be sailing on the boats here on Team Slovenia. So tactician is Branko Bricin. The main trimmer is Carlo Hemeljak. And floater is Liam Orel. Bowman Matej Plenesic. The grinder is Miha Truden. Another trimmer, Mitja Beltram. And offside trimmer Sebastian Prinicic. The helm is Vasily Zbogard, the captain of the team, and pitman Vid Yaranko. Moving on to Team Portugal. The helmsman is Alfonso Domingos, captain Joao Rodriguez. Then we have Manuel Dantas, pitwoman Mariana Lobato. The trimmer is Nuno Barreto, and the tactician Paulo Manzo. Main sail trimmer Pedro Costa. The grinder is Thomas Lima, and at the trim we have Tomas Barreto. Moving on to the next team, Team Sweden, and grinder is Anders Gustafsson, trimmer Anna Druj, bowman Emil Forgreen, tactician Jesper Stolheim, pitman Fredrik Orell, midbow Jakob Gustafsson, main trimmer Jimmy Hellberg, helmsman Matthias Ram, and the trimmer Otto Hamel. And now for Team France, I will let Loïc.
And then we have Anthony Munoz at the grinder, Bruno Jean-Jean, we've done around the world together as a pitman, Edouard Massé qui est bowman, Elliot Michael bien sûr, et puis Émeric Michel, sorry, parce que it's not well written. François Brenac is at the helm, Hugo Studler and Stefan Christidis, and the captain of the boat is Xavier Roar.
So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Those are the sailors that will be, or that are currently on your screen right now, as we have 2 minutes and 45 seconds to get started. Let's take a look here at the provisional overall. Currently, right now, leading the fleet is Team Portugal with their 2 wins and a second place. Behind them is Slovenia with 8 points, Sweden with 6, and France in 4th place with 4 points. So it's been a tough couple days for France right now. This is an all-important one right now. France has no option. They have to win this in order to stay alive and move on to the next round. So Loïc, this is going to be an interesting one.
It is an interesting one. Even if France win, they need a special ranking behind them, because they need to have the Swedish boat ahead of Slovenia. And that's not easy. We need a bit of a miracle. But let's say, the call to this morning was to have pleasure on these marvelous boats in this marvelous place, because that's such a format.
Yeah, I think even if, no matter what happens, let's go out there, let's go have some fun, and let's, enjoy the racing. Do the best you can and get out in front. If you start thinking about perhaps what is going to happen and what's not happening, well, then you're not focusing on the race. And if that happens, well, then you'll surely not be in front. So let's take a look here as we are 1 minute and 20 seconds before the start. An all-important start here for the French boat. As we are taking a look here at the teams as they are lining up. 1 minute left to go. Here we are, and we see the team France there in the middle, as they are the middle boat. And we have Portugal closest to us, along with Slovenia. So these two boats here are battling it out, and it looks as though we have France, which is off onto the right-hand side. They are head to wind, or they were currently. Here we are on board with Team France. Oh, what's going on here? 28 seconds left to go. Oh, looks like there's a red flag and a protest. And I've been told, so it's a green flag, so no protest right there. And now it's time for Team France, as Team France has got the speed. Et peut-être que ça va être l'équipe de France qui va prendre le meilleur départ. On va voir ce qui se passe ici sur le départ, mesdames et messieurs. Si vous regardez en France, ici on est avec Loïc Perron. Un départ potentiellement incroyable qui va peut-être réussir à la France et les amener en première position. On ne sait pas. Sorry, you got carried away there, right there in French, but that was a little bit of love for the French team, as it looks like it's a good start, Loïc, right there.
Yeah, that's not a bad one. They didn't win the left, to be at the pin, but I think they've done well. But they're gonna have to tack in a few, because they will have a bit of smoke from the leeward one. Who are they, the leeward one? They're gonna have to tack. It won't be easy for them.
Yeah, it looks right now like they're being squeezed out right there, a little bit in the middle of the sandwich for Team France.
And they're looking for space right now. They can't tack, as you can see. François Brenac at the helm is looking like that, and they're gonna tack. Okay.
So falling behind Team Slovenia right there. That was.
Allez, move. All right. Bonne vitesse, that was essay, good speed.
So 1 minute and 17 seconds into it, and we've seen the first tacks right now, as we have a little bit of a split, as we see Team France and Sweden very close together. Portugal going off to the right-hand side immediately, not wanting to get into a battle. So what do you think is right now, what's in their mind? Is it sort of a low mode and let's go fast and stay out in front, Loïc, or do you...
Yeah, first of all, you need a bit of speed. It makes you clever, as we all know. And they have a clear win like that. And everybody is going to the right now. And there is not a big gap between all of them, which is good.
Yeah, it's looking like it's very even here. So all boats right now have a clear lane in order to be able to go fast, as we see some really long swells that are coming in, but not too bad, not as choppy as we've seen it these last couple days. And as Raquel was saying, the wind is coming up. Oh, and look at this. This is there's a big change here that I'm noticing. We don't have the same front sails anymore. We've gone from a Genoa down to a jib.
Yeah, that's the smaller one. Yeah, but there is a nice breeze. On the start, the breeze was not so strong, but now it looks a bit more breezy. And the French are doing well right now. Maybe a bit of lefty, no.
So that's a great news for all of you out there, and especially for all of us. That means that there's more wind out on the race course.
Yeah.
And that is great news. So as you see right there, those front sails are not coming back as far as we seen them in the previous race.
Yeah, they are a bit smaller. Those jibs are a little smaller, a little flatter, and perfectly adapt for that kind of condition. It looks all right. What a show.
Look at these three teams right here in the same image. And that boat is Raquel's boat. That's where those images are coming from. And Raquel, if you can hear me, how was that start? It looked very eventful from our side.
Well, Jan, thanks to you, I couldn't understand a word because you were speaking in French. No, just kidding. It was very clear what you said. It was the international language of passion for something you really love, like sailing. So interesting. What happened is that Portugal really wanted to go to the right, but too bad for them. The ship we know too well, the Ocean Diamond, that's got nothing to do with the diamond, was on its way. So Portugal couldn't bang it very much, or as much as they wanted to the right. And so they had to adjust their course and go around the ship, leave the bow of the ship free, of course. And then, they just tacked here. So they're on the extreme right. They're gonna cross Sweden, who is the next boat that they're gonna find. And looks like, the Portuguese didn't have a great start. Actually, probably the worst start of this fleet, but the right paid off. Yeah. I don't know what they saw because I didn't see it. It looks very even to me, but something was there. But now, very important, I let you to it, the cross with France.
And so here, thank you very much, Raquel, for that information. You having the global vision out there, and here comes Team Portugal getting closer to Team France, so not wanting to cross behind the French, as it looks like right now Team France has found some speed and are doing a great job. They're currently in second place, so that's good to see. We are very happy to see that the French are back in the front, and that's sort of where we've been expecting them for these last couple days. So great to see Team France out in front, and we'll see what's going on. And of course, Slovenia just doing a great job out in front as well right there. So they're leading currently. Portugal went out to the right, but those two tacks that they just put in have put them slightly behind. Anything is still to play, as we see Sweden right here attacking and coming into a cross with Portugal. Now, if these boats start battling it out between each other, this is just going to be very good news for Slovenia and France, as they just want to get out front and not have to deal with these battles. Very interesting. I see Loic right next to me, just can't stand still as he's seeing his team going forward. This is a good result for Team France.
Right now, that's not the result. That's just a picture.
Right, it's not the end result.
No, that's not the end. The hiking boys. You need to hike, and the tactician at the back is looking at the pin. The next move, to know where is going to be the ley line. They had a bit of a lefty at one time, but now the Slovenian seems to have a good left. They have to be careful, not let the two other guys going to the left alone.
So we've seen it over and over again. It's a question of, first of all, getting out there at speed and making sure you're in front. And then there's a sort of a mix between controlling the fleet and going to the correct side.
That's the beauty of the fleet of four. And it's super hard to control everybody, for sure, especially in the case of the French, because they have, let's say, at least to win. But then they also need a bit of a luck for the result of the other boat. Okay, attacking now.
So interesting, we see Slovenia going off to the left-hand side, not wanting Sweden and Portugal to be able to get out onto the left-hand side. So they're controlling right now. That's a clear move from Slovenia to stay between her opponents and the others. And of course, France, they don't want to go out there on their own to the right. So they're coming back in as well to stay in contact with the others. So as we look here, after 8 minutes of racing, we are on leg number 1. Slovenia is our leader. France is in second place, only 45 meters behind them, so that's really nothing in it. We'll have to see now what happens as the Swedish boat, as we see in the background, is tacking over. What's going to happen as the Swedes come back towards the French? Really, that's the only way we can really see what is happening out there. Of course, as we're seeing it on the 3D, that gives us a great idea of where the fleet is, but it's just the conditions change all the time, and so it's really difficult. Remember, the computer that you're seeing, the 3D, is we have to adjust that and manually put in the information. It's not you know, it's not artificial intelligence which is doing it. It's it's us. We're doing it. So sometimes those those lines of gain that you can see right there, that green long line, that horizontal line, and the blue one, well, all depends on where the mark is. Anyway, enough about technical explanation. Let's look here with the drone shot. So this is a very nice drone shot. So what do we see here, Loic, with the Swedes and the French?
The Swedes are, well, hopefully are quite far behind now, but they are taking a little over to be sure to have a clear win. And we can see the pin in front of them, the first mark, the yellow one. And it seems that the French are laying, if I'm not wrong, not easy, just marginal lay, now maybe under. So that means the Swedes might not have to tack again, but the Slovenian and the French might have to tack a double tack to pass the mark. Losing quite a lot of
20 meters about every tack. So.
But as you said, on the virtual, it's not easy to be sure.
On the virtual, it says they're not passing, right? So they're under the ley line. But perhaps if we go to the real, and as we see here that the drone is switching around.
Yeah, the Slovenian are not laying.
No, they're not laying. So what we saw on the virtual is absolutely correct.
Yeah.
All boats are not laying, and it looks like Sweden is, it's going to be a difficult one for them. So here goes a double tack for both these boats, which means now there will be a port and starboard situation with France. This is perhaps an opportunity for France to get closer to the Slovenian boat if they force Slovenia to pass behind, as we see the French coming in here. No, it looks like there's enough room for Slovenia to tack in front.
But that's a good move for France because they don't have to do this double tack.
Yes, and this means that France will be able to keep their speed. So you see here, difficult times right now for Slovenia to be able to speed up. And look who's coming into the picture now is Portugal. So Slovenia doing a great job right there, leading at the windward mark. Oh, the pin. All right, what's going on there? Now, this is a crucial moment now for Slovenia, for them to be able to stay out in front. They have to do a great job here on this hoist. Looks like a fast hoist so far. Looks pretty good. They're already a boat length away.
Okay.
And that looks like a good hoist right there. Now, let's take a look here at Team France.
Okay, that's
looks like a good hoist as well. Yeah, good fast hoist. Faster on that French boat. That hoist was faster on the French boat. As we see now Team Portugal coming in. Oh, they got to make sure that spinnaker doesn't touch the mark.
That was a good hoist for the French, yeah.
Good hoist for Portugal as well. Just a little slower to get it filled. As we see the Swedish team also putting in a good hoist. So good clean hoist from all teams here at the weather mark. It seems to me like the fastest ones were the French. So that's good for them if they want to go and attack Slovenia. So now the moment. Who is going to jibe first?
Yeah, it's always the same story. The problem is that the two first boats usually are a bit lower than the best average speed, you know, the VMG, because the first one wants to defend his position to be able to jibe, and then the second one tries to be a little lower, and then they are slow compared to the two other ones at the back.
Yeah, exactly, and that's exactly what you're saying right there. Slovenia going into that low mode.
To be sure they have a clear position to be able to jibe, and they are doing a very good job. And usually the last one, we've seen that on the previous days, the last one had a chance to jibe a little earlier than everybody else and do his own race with the maximum speed and the best VMG, but that's not the way they are doing the Swedish right now.
So let's take a look, Loic, look at the top left-hand side of the screen. That is the projected results currently, as if right now we were to keep this order, so
yeah.
Slovenia, France, Portugal, and Sweden, Slovenia would pass with 16 points. Portugal would also pass with 15. France and Sweden would be out with 10 and 8. So right now, in order for France to pass, they need to be out in front.
Yeah, they have to win. Oh la la la, it's going to be hard because
2 points that would put them up to 17.
It's going to be hard. The Portuguese are very fast and they have a good mode. It's going to be hard for the French, even for the Slovenian to try. Slovenian is all right.
We were sort of talking about the calculations. The idea is for France to pass, they need to be in first place, and you were saying what? Sweden?
Slovenian? No, Sweden.
Sweden is
in second.
Second.
Yeah, that's the thing.
So, a lot of calculations have been made.
That's why they don't have, hopefully, all of them, I mean all of these boats, unless the Portuguese, they don't have to spend too much time and pressure in their mind with the calculation. They have to race, that's it, to do their best. Okay, they are covered by
that jibe coming in now from Team France.
Yeah, the Portuguese jibe, also at the same time. Allez les gars. Yeah, a bit more. Xavier, look at your mainsail. A bit. Xavier is looking all around.
Yeah, yes, I was thinking the same thing to myself. It looks more open than I've seen it on the other boats.
You mean the main?
Yeah.
On the low mode. What's happening?
So interesting here. We have a split. Portuguese and France off to the right-hand side.
Portuguese are jibing again. Okay.
So is the Slovenian team. So very interesting. We're seeing a lot of movements here from both those teams. Are they seeing perhaps a little bit more pressure as they're coming in? Very interesting to see what's going on right now as all boats are coming back together. It's a really tight race. Look, only 100 meters between boat number 1 and boat number 4. France right now in second place, attacking the Slovenian boat.
Très ouvert en grand voile, ouais.
And Raquel is right there. These are the images coming from Raquel's boat. Raquel, can you hear me? What's going on out there?
Well, it's a battle once again.
Nice pressure.
At the end of this day, this double points day, we're going to be so tired just for being spectator of this. Now I'm like very close to the French teams, and I'm with them. They're doing a great job. They're surfing these waves. They're being France. They're being what we were expecting them to be since day one. And it's for the first time since I am doing the commentary with you, Jan, I am seeing Portugal struggling a little bit, because on the upwind they really wanted the right. They fought for that, or they found themselves there, but then they really banged it over there. And now they are trying different things, but they're not sure. They don't seem to be very sure. They went in the middle of the course. They probably had an extra jibe they could avoid, and now they're going on the left course, so towards the shore with Team Sweden. So I don't really know what's happening in their head. Like I said before in the previous races, nerves are playing big games in their minds of the sailors in this double point final race. And at the same time, I see Slovenia. My impression from their body language, they're calm, quiet, they're doing their race. I think yesterday's win gave them a lot of security, a lot of confidence. And here comes the jibe for Team France. Let's see. And if I may, I think the French are the best dressed in this competition, as it often happens in the real world as well, Jan.
Yes, you're right.
I think Loic agrees with you.
Okay, so...
All right, very good. Thank you very much for all those insights. I have to agree, France looks aggressive. It looks like they're out there to win. Oh, there's a port and starboard situation right now. It looks like no big issue. So here comes the spinnaker down on Team France, and the spinnaker's in the water.
It's all right.
All right, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay, but that was a close call right there. Perhaps that port starboard situation playing a little bit with their head. Oh no! Now they're head to wind on the French boat, so they're losing some speed right there. They have a.
Come on.
What's going on with that jib right there? So
it's all right.
Good sailing by the French team as we look at Portugal with their windward drop down there. Doesn't look too bad at all as they're coming in, and. Sweden is the last boat to drop their spinnaker as they go around. Let's take a look at Sweden. Oh, issues for Sweden. Sweden goes way past the mark, and the spinnaker's still not into the water. They are not able to turn the boat up. What is going on? Are they all gonna? Oh, don't tell me they're gonna get another penalty because they left the bowsprit out. Oh. Oh, this is painful to watch. This is painful to watch as they're going manually having to bring the boat in. And the boat is stopped.
Yeah.
The boat is completely stopped right there. Oh, they're going to have to bear away to get the speed back up. So...
Okay, just ease the trap, main.
So, Raquel, you are absolutely 100% correct. Nerves are having a big issue here in this race, as we saw Sweden finally getting into contact with the other boats, and they're just losing their nerves, putting that spinnaker into the water. So tough break right there for Sweden. Portugal is still in it. Perhaps Portugal being just playing it safe right now. So wow, eventful.
Big left for the Slovenian. Yeah.
Yes, let's go back to see what's going on here. So a couple issues as well on the French team as they got down to the leeward gate. Slovenia looking strong again, and you said it, the big left. So a big left shift just came in right now from the Slovenian team here. Passing now 73 meters in front of the French. So this is good. They're feeling the pressure from the French. And the French are looking really aggressive, and this is good news right now for Team France. Team France, even if they do go home in terms of the point standings, they definitely want to go out there and show what they can do and get out in front and take a win home. So very important for them to be able to get out in front and to see what's happening. So that's the situation right now after 3 legs here, as we are seeing Team Slovenia in first place and Team France, which is following just behind, only 60 meters behind.
Yeah, that's nothing, but the ranking behind is not a good one. The Swedish had to be a little further ahead to give a bit of chance to France. I think. I'm not good in math, but I'm not sure that's good right now. Well, we'll
see. There's still a lot of things that are happening here as we're taking a look now as we are on board, or we are looking at the French boat, and very exciting racing here as half of the crew is hanging out outside the boat. The captain of the boat right there, Xavier Roard, on the mainsail. Everybody's just pulling as hard as they can right there.
Yeah, you can see only the shoes of Stefan Christidis at the back here and behind the handsman.
Oh, the tactician,
He's hiking as much as he can. which means that why are we hiking? Did you explain that already? Because we don't want these boats to hill too much.
Yeah, exactly.
In fact,
go ahead, take it away, explain it.
Yeah, we have to. In fact, there is a keel for sure under those boats, but then you want the boat to be as flat as possible by the time there is enough pressure, enough wind for that. So that's why they are hiking.
So the flatter the boat is, the more straight the mast is.
Yeah.
The more straight the mast is,
and
the more straight air we can catch.
Yeah, and the more straight the keel is in the water, also to avoid the drift like that.
Right.
That's why you need a bit of a righting moment, we call it like that, the righting moment.
The righting moment.
And is it the right moment for the French? On the right, why not?
So looking like the French right here have decided to make a split and go off to the right. Potentially either big gains or big losses.
Yeah.
It is kind of risky.
Yeah, but that's maybe the only game they can play, something a bit extreme now, because their future is not only in their hands. So at least to do something a bit extreme, but they will need something a bit extreme from the Swedish too.
Yeah, they do need to pull something off. So
we can see on the track, green track for the Slovenian, the right, the wind turned a bit to the right, and then
they're getting a lift.
Yeah, there is a lift. That means that the French boat, which is a little more on the right, if there is the same wind where they are. That's why now the French are not far to lead. Yeah, on the next tack it's going to be the case.
Doesn't look like that it's the same wind. Now perhaps we'll see the French getting a header and wanting to tack back over. A very interesting view here as we take a look at the shape of the sails.
Yeah.
And for everybody here, we know that we have to have equal pressure in both of those sails. That helps the boat in being able to go fast.
They just tack in 5 lengths of boats, which means in maybe 10 seconds now for attack.
So we're about to see attack now from Team France at any moment.
So you can see
it is.
The chip trimmer, the grinder is crossing on the other side to be on the windward side after the tack. They have to clean their boat. There is a bit of ropes everywhere.
And we saw everybody coming back up at the same time, so that's a good proof of good team cohesion right there as everybody moves up and presses the boat down, squashes the boat to again, that righting moment we were talking about just earlier. Look at the tactician right there.
Stefan, yes. He loves to be like that.
He's a really tall guy, so he's able to really put that weight out there.
So those boats are not so wide, so the effect of the crew is not easy to apply because it's a matter of width also. That's why you need to extend your body
and go as far.
And every detail.
Sometimes we even saw, Loic, some guys that were putting their arms out, like that, trying to get their weight out. And,
100 grams on the right side. It's efficient. At least you have to trust in it.
Yeah, you got to
support the physical effort.
You got to believe.
You got to believe it.
Faith. It's all about having faith. We saw a great maneuver right there from the Portuguese team, as we saw good cohesion there as well, as they all came up at the same time.
They are sailing very well. It's interesting to see that the crews who are here since the beginning, let's say, or at least since the last 10 days, knows that kind of boat better than the newcomers.
That's the interesting thing about this competition is that the teams that have already been here, like you're saying, for a week or so or even more, well, they're getting used to the boats, and now you got these really good teams, right?
Yeah.
Like, look, we saw, we can say it, I mean, they're qualified. We saw Brazil having a really tough time.
Exactly.
Getting through. They only passed with a 2 points lead, if I remember correctly. So it is an advantage to have been sailing on these boats now for for a couple of weeks, and a disadvantage for the new teams coming in. But they are stronger teams, so that's why they're coming in later. As we look for a cross right here, so interesting, Loic, as Team France went off to the right-hand side.
Yeah.
What do you think? Do you think it was worth it?
But if we come back to the bottom gate, they passed the gates at the same time, those two boats. So there was a little advantage for the left overall. Right now there is no reason for the Slovenian to tag because they want to catch the ley line. They are not far from the ley line. They're going to tag in 15 seconds maybe. And for the French, that's the good move too, to do something different and control the Portuguese, which are on the other side.
So it's a waiting game right now as we are about to see the last tacks as all these teams are coming up now to the ley line. If you look at the top of your left-hand side of your screen, 317 meters, 300 meters now until we get to the windward mark. Well, that would be a straight line from that green line to the windward mark. Obviously, the boats, as you're seeing, are zigzagging as we are going to see Slovenia. And here it is. Slovenia right there putting in a good tack as they are on the ley line. And, oh, yes, it seemed to me I did hear that there was a change of course. And that's why we have that pink buoy that's up there. Now, remember, lots of things are going to have to happen. So it was a Charlie Plus, so they had actually made the course a little bit longer. And same direction, just a little longer. So here we are right now, a crucial moment for Slovenia as they're going to go around this pink buoy where they have to do a lot of things. They're going to have to bear away, so making sure that they open up that mainsail first to bear away. There it is.
Because there is, by the time they change the course, there is no more dogleg. That's right. That's why they have to hoist immediately at the mark.
Okay, so okay, I would say an okay hoist. Now Team France right there, very, very quick to put their spinnaker up. Same thing, I would say it's an okay hoist. It is just, but I mean, okay, we're being a little bit critical. It's such difficult. You have to do so many things. C'est pas mal, as says. C'est pas mal. So here we go. Now, coming in third place right there is the Portuguese team as they hoist their spinnaker. Looks like a good hoist as well from them. So we're not seeing any drama, which is a good thing.
No. The maneuvers are very nice.
And a jibe.
And a jibe, yes. That's the only way to try to do something. Think different.
Do something different, right? If you keep following the guys in front, you're not gonna pass in front of them.
Yeah.
Elliot, faut que tu cries très fortement.
Aïe, aïe, aïe. Bon.
So it sounds like a little bit of stress right there on the French boat. They really want to make that thing go faster. Okay, let's take a look at the Swedes now. So now they have, remember, that spinnaker will be wet and it'll be hard for them
you can feel
pull it up.
It's full of water.
Look at that. Oh, it's hard.
Anders.
Come on, grinders.
Good grinders, big grinders. You know, Anders Gustafsson, one of the grinders, he was on the Cup, on the America's Cup with Artemis when I was with them. He's
the number 11 right there?
He's a big baby, a kayak, how do you say that?
Yeah, kayak.
A rowing guy.
Oh, okay.
Such an athlete.
Yeah, athletes, big guys coming from prestigious other competitions and sailboat racing. Let's take a look at top left right now. These are the projected results right now. So Slovenia is in, Portugal is in, France and Sweden right now are out. But anything could happen. I mean, just look at what happened in the last race with Switzerland and the Republic of South Africa. It could all come down to the wire. And speaking of, perhaps Raquel, you that is out there and closest to the action can let us in on some more information.
Well, what I can tell you now, Jan, is that the sun is shining back on the race course, which could mean a little shift possibly to the right, because when the sun is covered, somehow it looks like the left is a little more favored. I don't want to step out of my zone and say something wrong, but I think what I've observed, it was pretty much this. So, like you said, 3 good hoists for the 3 top teams, while Sweden had real issues because that kite was super heavy, and also, I mean, they had lines all over the places. I mean, when you do a bed drop at the bottom mark, then it's really hard for a clean hoist at the top mark, because somehow it gets put away, crumpled and wrinkled, and I mean, unless you have a good bowman, and I know what I'm talking about, that cleans it up and fix everything down, I mean, you're gonna have some issue up there. So the sun was shining, but now it's back covered by the clouds. So I don't know, maybe it's good news for the people on the left course, but we are here a little more, slightly more on the right course with Team France.
Well, you absolutely called it, Raquel.
A jibe for them.
You called it. It's absolutely better. And right now, it's France, our new leader, as we are heading down towards the finishing line. And France just with a small lead, but a lead in any case. So right now, France are our leaders. What is going to happen as we see both of these boats now coming into contention? Remember, France has the right of way. We are still 1,600 meters away from the finishing line, but France sailing aggressively, putting the pressure on. So that was all due to some good maneuvering as they put their spinnaker up there. Oh, we see some discussion right there in the back of the boat.
Yeah, they want to try to give the Portuguese the chance to win, maybe, or to finish second. Look at the speed, because that's a high mode. They want to attack. They want to chase the Slovenian. That's the plan.
Wow, look at the speed right now on Team France right there.
So the French
putting on the attack. It's
they are not aiming for the finishing line. They are aiming to try to block and to lock the Slovenian, to give a chance to the Portuguese to finish second, if they can, or at least to give the Swedish to be back. If they have the chance to block those 2 guys on the left, you have a chance. It's going to be very interesting. Strategically, the plan right now for the French, you can see they are not doing the best VMG, the best speed. So they're going to stay here.
Oh, this is great. The plan is coming together, Loic. The plan is coming together. As Switzerland is as France is trying to do something in order to get the Swedes to come back in.
Now they are in low mode. Let's say a little lower than VMG, to be sure they're going to be between, they're going to place themselves between the finishing line and the Slovenian. And then, okay, they want to slow down.
I think that was just a big surf right there.
Yeah, no, they want to slow down.
Oh.
Yeah, they want to slow down and to create a bit of a space between them, but still to be sure they're going to be able in that position, because they are on starboard. The Slovenian have to jibe. They're going to come back on port with no right of way.
So this is probably some of the
they've done the calculation on board.
Yeah, this is crazy. And to have you explain it,
because I think the chance, I'm not sure about that, but I think the chance for the French now is to have the Portuguese finish second. The French have to win. If the Portuguese finish second, I don't know yet, but maybe there is a chance. At least that's a good. Look at that. Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
Look what's going on here.
They can drive. Okay.
So perhaps.
And now that's a fight. No.
So here's the protest. So I believe the protest is that they're saying no, but I have my route to go to the finishing line is there. You have to let me go. And France is saying no. We are on starboard. You cannot go. And look at this. It's a huge battle. So protest now from France.
Okay. But now French have to jibe, but be careful your kite is not full of wind, and the jibe is going to be a bad one. That's not very nice. What you've done is not... No.
Crossed up here, they need to have that...
Jibe again.
Oh,
you
it's
have
on
to jibe
the force day. So apparently now it's on the force day. Everybody's running up to the front in order to be able to help. So the move has worked to block the Slovenian boat right there. Now, what is going on there with...
Okay. Alors.
So you see there's a jury, there are two jury boats right now between those two boats. France, right now, not only are they trying to stay out in front and win, they are trying to slow their opponents down in order for the Portuguese and the Swedes to come through. So they're really trying to slow them down as much as they can. This is turning into a very, very tactical game here in order to be able to pass through. France is 200 meters away from the finishing line, doing everything they can to block right now.
Look at that.
What's going on? Why are they putting their jib up?
Because they know they are too low compared to the finishing line, and they have an option maybe to drop the kite and finish with the jib only. It might be too tight, and that's what they are doing. Look at that.
Look at that. So they're going to drop.
And the French might have to do the same.
What is the French doing? Oh, chaos right there. Chaos is ensuing. Oh, perhaps they're...
No,
the French are going to be able to go. They cannot touch. If that spinnaker touches, it looks as though Slovenia has not passed the finishing line, which means that the French go in first. They
touch the mark. Perfect.
Perhaps they touch the mark there on the Slovenian boat. Portugal goes in front, which could perhaps
I think we are good.
Sweden might come in through. And it's completely crazy.
Well done, boys.
Unbelievable.
That's exactly what they have to do. Bravo, les mecs. Incroyable.
Bravo. La France réussit à passer.
Ils ont fait un super boulot. They've done a tremendous job. That was exactly what they had to do. They've done it. Incroyable.
We will be talking about this for weeks to come, Louis. For weeks to come. This is unbelievable.
And hopefully the kite didn't touch the pins. So many rules,
So many rules right there. We just can't explain it all, but there's one crucial thing. If the spinnaker touched the pin end, as we saw,
it could have been the end.
It could mean that a protest could happen to Team France.
Ils ont bien joué là.
And
ils ont très bien joué. Incroyable.
That is unbelievable. Everything that's just happened right there. So. I think Team Portugal is just asking themselves, well,
what the hell?
What just happened? What just happened?
That's the French flair.
Now we've seen some crazy endings, but that is the most wild ending I have seen to a regatta right there. Oh, these guys right there. Oh, man.
Yeah.
I'm guessing there's going to be protest galore coming out.
No, it's all right.
You don't think so?
I think it was good. No, really, it was fair. And the way the French managed it was fair. No problem. That's the way to do it. Maybe on the replay we can explain again. Well done, boys. Well done, boys. Well done. Yes! Bravo, les gars.
That is the most spectacular thing I have seen since the beginning of this competition. And I think in a long time, this is part of one of these moves that will go down in history. This is one of these, just like we've seen it in other competitions. This is a moment that will be remembered now in French sailing history for years to come. What you've just seen right there is an absolute masterpiece of sailing, of playing with the rules, of managing to take out your opponent, letting the others two pass through. This is crazy.
You know what? I'm proud nothing in the result, but I'm pretty sure they're gonna say that's because I'm here since yesterday. You know, I'm the lucky boy. I hope so.
I am sure. I was thinking to myself, actually, Loic,
I've done nothing
I said to
for
myself, if France goes through, it's because you're here.
No, sure not. Sure, but that's part of the legend.
Well, that's yeah, there it is.
Why, that's it.
So, look at the race results right there. 41 minutes of racing, and an unbelievable last of 30 seconds sees France win with 8 points. Portugal second with 6 points. Sweden third with 4 points, taking Slovenia out. Now, drum roll, ladies and gentlemen. This is the important moment right now. Who is going through? It's Portugal and France. 17 points for Portugal going through to the quarterfinals. France with 12. And look at that, a tie between Sweden and Slovenia. So, just 2 points between second and fourth place. Oh, wow, that was, that is history in the making right there. That was completely insane. Completely crazy. I just,
Calm down, Jan, calm down.
I have to catch my breath.
In any case, thank you, all of you. I mean, all the team, the SSL Gold Cup, and all the production, everything. It's so nice to have the chance to see that.
I can see you're very emotional, Loic.
Really, huh? Non, mais c'est
magnifique, c'est incroyable. Hey, look,
Alors,
let's find out what's going on onto the water. Raquel, it's all you.
Yes, and I'm with Stéphane, tactician on Team France, and I can tell you, if Eric Monen was breathless in the previous interview, Stéphane, I'm not sure he can even talk. I mean, these guys in the afterguard, they don't do any physical job, but he's breathless. That was a bold move, but it paid off. You made a miracle. Nobody thought this could happen.
Yeah, that's true. In fact, we have only few options today to go to the quarterfinals. And first was to win the race, and then to have enough boat between us and the Swedish and the Slovenian guy. And in the middle of the race, we were seconds fighting with the Slovenian. So the first goal was just to win the race. And then we will think about the next step. And then as soon as at the last downwind we managed to come back, to stay in front, the goal was to push him over the ley line and to slow down him, to just let the Portuguese come back. So it's what we did, and we are really, really happy. We have a really good helm. François Brenac is a really good guy. He did a lot of match racing, so he knew what he has to do. And also all the team did an amazing job. You know, since the beginning of this 1/8 final, we didn't show our level, our skills, and we had this talk this morning to say that we want to show our skills today. We have to do our maximum to show our level, and we are so proud of this.
Very good. And like we've proven so many times in this SSL Gold Cup, it's never over until it's over. Loic, do you want to tell something to Stéphane? Because we have Loic live.
Bravo. That's enough. He knows what it means.
Bravo, he says.
Merci Loic. Merci beaucoup. Ça, c'est le capitaine qui est arrivé. It's just because Loic came, and then,
that's right.
and then we show him how we are.
Thank you for that. Allez les Bleus!
Allez les Bleus! Allez les Bleus! Et merci à tous nos supporters en France. On vous embrasse très fort.
C'est cool.
Back to you guys.
Oh, what a race. What an epic race. Félicitations l'équipe France.
Bravo.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
So now let's look at where these guys are going to finish. So we were looking down at the very last one, fleet number 4 of the 8th of the finals. So let's take a look now at Portugal, the number 1 team. Who will they be sailing against? There it is. Portugal will be sailing, in a very, very difficult group right there. Brazil, Portugal, New Zealand, and Australia.
Oh, yeah.
That is fleet number 3. Oh, that's going to be a tough one right there. And now, Loic, where is your team going? Are they going to the top, or are they going to the first or second fleet? First fleet for them. So against Great Britain and Denmark for Team France.
It's going to be a tough one too.
That's a tough one as well, and we still have one more race today, where we will see now the last fleet. So that will be USA, Argentina, Hungary, and Malaysia, and that's also a very, very close racing right there between in that fleet right there. So there we are. Wow.
Que d'émotion, que d'émotion.
That was crazy. That was a lot of fun commentating with you, Loic.
Thank you. That was very nice.
Yeah,
again, thank you all. I mean, all the organization, that's crazy what you are doing here in Canaries. And the format of 4 boats, the way we can see again people walking on the boat. Because it's not only a matter of speed, as we can see. The sailing area, it's not a matter of speed only, it's a matter of relative speed to the other. And the way we can see how the boys and girls are walking on the boat, and that's fascinating. Back again to the classic.
It's back to the classic sailing, and
I love it.
And let's remind everybody, all the boats are exactly the same. So it's really, we're looking at the sailors.
Oh, yeah.
So perfect. Loic, thank you very much for coming in. Félicitations.
Bon courage pour la suite.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And guys, don't go anywhere, because we still got one more race number 4. This should be a really tight one as well. Let's take a look at the highlights now, and we'll be right back.
And I'm gonna chase it, and I'm gonna chase it. I know we can't ignore it, no matter how hard we try. And I'm gonna chase it, and I'm gonna chase it. I know we can't ignore it, no matter how hard we try. Fire in the veins, I fight to gain, breaking all the rules to keep me sane.
My name is Mattias Ram and I'm the tactician at SSL Team Sweden. As a tactician, I'm kind of have the overview of the race course and setting up where we want the boat to sail. So with my instruments and looking at the breeze and the other opponents, giving my team the advice where to sail on the race course.
My name is Joca Signorini. I'm from Brazil and I'm a tactician. Tactics is a big part of our sport in sailing. We play a lot, trying to always position ourselves in a good spot related to the other boats.
My name's Matthew Belcher. I'm the strategist tactician for Team Australia. I guess my part is I'll caddy for the main sheet. I'll have a look at the Vang, the Cunningham, and some of the controls just on the centerpiece here. You know, downwind, I'm easing on the spinnaker and, you know, just trying to do drop lines and just really help support the guys that are doing the main grinding. I'm pretty light, pretty small, not a great grinder, and, you know, and I'm just tailing a lot of sheets, but also trying to get my head out of the boat and, you know, make sure we're in the right position.
As a tactician, you are kind of a football coach or a co-driver in a car.
The most important skill is just to remain calm, you know, and just try and be in advance and put your boat in the right position and just try and predict what your competitors are going to do.
Communication is very important on this role as well. And as I said before, it's a full teamwork and we achieve things together.
The best young sailor. I must say Marco Gradoni at the moment, 3 times Optimist World Champion, an Italian, and now he's moved to the mix for 70, and I think he has a great, promising future. How long have you been sailing? Describe how you have started. I have been sailing basically all my life since I was 5 years old. I started sailing with my dad on a cabin boat in the lake of São Paulo, in Guarapiranga Lake. And he was the one who brought me to the club and taught me how to sail in the first few times. And from then on, I moved to the Optimist when I was 9. What is the best and the worst thing of being a sailor? Well, I think the best thing is that it's never boring. Every day you have a different condition, you're sailing in a different spot against different opponents. There's so many different boats that you can sail, so it's never boring and you're in touch with the nature. So that's very positive.
go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2,
1.
And we are back for race number 4, the last race here. So race number 4 of the day, race number 4 for fleet number 1. And we have Robert, which is back with us here. Robert, thank you very much for coming in and welcome back.
Well, my qualification is I'm American, and there's an American boat in this fleet, so here we go.
So here we go, exactly. Let's now take a look at the highlights from this fleet yesterday. Race 3, Fleet 1 saw a great start for all 4 boats. Malaysia managed to take the lead and stay out in front when they reached the second weather mark, where they had a catastrophical hoist. The halyard wrapped around the windward spreader. The boat stopped, went head to wind, and Malaysia went from 1st to 4th. In the end, the USA managed to roll over the Hungarian boat, but not before Argentina managed to pass just in between the two of them. In the end, it was USA 1, Argentina 2, Hungary 3, and Malaysia 4.
This team was put together pretty much within the last 4 weeks before flying over here, so going to Switzerland to be able to train wasn't an option, and we knew we were kind of in the deep end for the first couple days, but things are starting to click, and we're having good debriefs and improving each day, and just trying to be a little bit faster. We're pretty happy.
In the overall standing after 3 races in this fleet, Argentina is in the lead with 10 points. The USA is in second, tied with Hungary in third with 7 points, and Malaysia fourth with 6 points. And now let's take a look here at the team comparison. So Fleet 1, top left, is in the United States. The captain of that team is James Golden. To the right of him, Team Argentina. The captain of that team is Alejandro Kola. Bottom left is the Hungarian team. Captain is Zsombor Berec. And to the right of him is Team Malaysia, Captain Megat Daniel. Let's listen to the team's national anthems.
Via! Via! Hungaria! Via! Via! Hungaria! Via!
Now let's take a look at the scoreboard here. We see Argentina is in the lead with 10 points. The United States and Hungary are tied at 7 points, and Malaysia has 6. So very, very close racing for all of these teams. Only 1 point separating the United States in second place from fourth place team Malaysia. So that is going to be some very, very tight racing as we are about to head out onto the water. Here we're taking a look at now. That is the starting line. We've changed a little bit. The drone has gone to the other side, so we're looking at the pin end, and the committee boat is up a little bit in the middle of your screen right there. 2 minutes and 20 seconds before we get going here and get started. As we see the teams now jostling for position, as we see all the teams, it's not very clear as to which side they're going to want to start onto. Remember, there's still a good 2 minutes here before we start. So weather right there, 10 knots. Wind direction is at 0.15. It's sunny at 22. So it's a little bit colder than the last couple of days, but 22 is a very nice temperature. The sun was out. It seems as though sometimes the clouds are passing over, so it could be kind of patchy. And it looks right now there's just a cloud passing over the American boat right now, so that actually makes a difference, as Raquel was saying. The wind turning a little bit on to the race course. As we are on board now with Team USA currently in second position. Remember, these guys, if they want to be able to go through, they need to be putting the Hungarian boat and a Malaysian boat behind them. So let's see what happens. 1 minute here before the start as we look at Team Malaysia. Okay, just looking at the jibs. We're still with jibs, so the wind is still strong. They haven't changed sails. 40 seconds to go. As looks like Malaysia perhaps is blocking out everybody right there, as they are going ahead to win. 30 seconds to go. They really need to lose a little bit of time. It seems as though everybody is early on that line. It's going to be crucial right there that they do not go over the line. 20 seconds left here as we are getting closer and closer to the line. 15 seconds, so Malaysia could just still bear away. 10 seconds, bear away now at 10 seconds. All the number ones right there just telling the boats to hold off. 3, 2, 1. And there it is, that's the start. So a very good start right there for the Malaysian boat and the USA boat. Argentina and Hungary stuck in the middle right now. So we see a great start for the US boat. If they want to stay within contention, at least that good start right now has given them the possibility to stay in it. And I've just been told it is a clear start. So it's a good start. Everybody is off. And Argentina, our leaders, are now in third place. Anything could happen right now, but USA right now getting work done Their objective was to be in front of the Hungarian boat and Malaysia, and for the time being, Robert, it looks like that's what's happening.
Well, not just because I'm American, but I got to say the Americans had a great start. It was a timed run from far away. They obviously trust their speed and distance, that their bowman and their helm worked well together. And not only did they hit the line on time, they were at full speed. So that gave them almost an extra length of a jump against Malaysia. So they're in a good spot.
Absolutely. So it's one thing to get your timing right. If you can get it right and have a lot of speed, then you're good. As you guys saw, Malaysia right there, able to bear away, pick up some speed before they got over to the pin end. And Robert was looking here as we're making some calculations on the race course and the starting line. And it seemed to us like it was a very square line.
Yes, it was. It was perfectly square. Well done by the committee. It's a real drag race.
There is no advantage to starting at the pin or at the race committee. Top place right now for Argentina.
Yeah, geometrically it's equal when it's square, but I would normally expect the lured boat to win in that lineup of a perfectly square line. And the reason the Americans are jumped is because of that extra boat speed they had at the gun.
There you see it right there. Those two boats, Malaysia and the U.S. boat right in the back right there are together as Argentina is living in a very tough place. Now, the images that we're seeing right now are coming from Raquel's boat. So, Raquel, tell us what's going on as you are right next to the boats.
Well, what is going on is what you've probably seen. I mean, there was a big sandwich with Argentina and Hungary in the middle. And Hungary decided immediately to go on the right and leave that fleet away. Argentina made the fun decision, that strange decision to stay there and hold on to that. They're attacking right now. But Argentina was a bit struggling in my point of view because the bow of the American team was definitely higher, while the Argentina was a bit lower, suffering probably from the Malaysian dirty air. As soon as Argentina tacked, USA matched it, and so they're now both on port tack going upwind. They're going to cross Team Hungary anytime soon, and now comes the tack from Team Malaysia as well. So the game is moving towards the middle of the race course, which is probably the place to be with a day like this, because it's quite even, and this fleet has got, I mean, one team has got to control the other. It's, I mean, if calculation have gone crazy today, I mean, in this fleet, I think it's even worse.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much, Raquel, as you are right next to the boats on the camera boat, which is out there bringing us these wonderful images right there as we see this nice rolling swell. And the boats really just cruising. The Americans doing a great job right now of being in the leadership position and taking their opposition out. So right now it looks like a good position for the American boat as well as for the Malaysian boat right there. So
yeah, everyone's on port. It's comfortable when you're on port and leading. Argentina has had to put their bow down to stay out of America's shadow, so they've just lost a lot of height. It's really ugly. The U.S. really pounded them. That's Chris Poole, Mr. Match Race World Champion, knowing how to sail boat on boat.
Yeah, I was actually last night talking with him as we enjoyed some turkey for Thanksgiving that the club organized for us, the Canarian Sailing Federation, and we thank them very much for everything that they're doing for us. We had that discussion, and it was very interesting as he was telling me and explaining a little bit about match racing and how that works.
Well, this is almost match racing. There are only 4 boats in the fleet. This is rare, very rare fleet size, and we're all learning what to do about it. Really interesting.
Yeah, he was saying, well, sometimes I don't know whether I should be match racing or whether I should be fleet racing. And I think the teams that we've seen out in front have been sort of doing a mix of all that. At times, perhaps working the shifts, other times working a direct opponent, and then sometimes just controlling the fleet. So, lots of different opportunities for all of these teams, as we've seen also the wind shifting left and right. So it's a very dynamic race course, giving us some great rebounds, and we've had good wind almost every single day. So great racing here on the island of Gran Canaria, as we are looking here at the race number 4. This is fleet number 1, as we are on board with the Malaysian team. Now remember, Malaysia yesterday having a really, really tough day, had a problem with their spinnaker, and we'll see what's happening today. I'm sure they've managed to get themselves back into contention. Yesterday, as we were all eating dinner, we didn't see them, so I'm guessing that some serious discussion was happening last night, and some serious preparations for today as well from this team.
Their communications are impeccable. You can hear them saying 3, 2, 1, more pressure. So they have a guy looking upwind calling the pressure so that the sail trimmers can anticipate it. Malaysia's exactly on the course axis now. The other 3 boats are to the right. This is rare. This is a long, long drag race. We had first on starboard and now on port.
Yeah, it's funny to see that on some of the other fleets we had really big battles going right away. Remember earlier today between Tahiti and Brazil, as they were just, it was a match race, a true match race between those 2 boats. And now it's looking like a drag race.
Here comes Hungary, first attack. They're tacking under the ley line because they may be tacked on by somebody else, and that gives them the chance to tack back again and clear their air.
Now this is good for the US boat right here, as the Hungarian boat has to come back in to the racing area, and the US can just prolong, keep their speed up, and not have to deal with any of the other issues of slowing the boat down and things of that nature.
So what the Americans want to do is, first of all, round first, and secondly, they'd love to punish the second and or third place boats behind them. So they're trying to figure out how to finish out this leg in a painful way for the other guys.
And we've seen, we saw a great battle. You were on your way over here, Robert, for the last race. I'm not gonna, well, you can find out who won, but you're gonna have to go back and look at it, because it was just an absolutely epic moment of sailing that we just seen with Team France in the last race. Now, let's see what's going to happen here in this race. Remember, we are in the last race of the day. This is the last race, race number 4 for Fleet 4. The 2 boats that go across the line first are pretty much going to be the 2 boats that will qualify to the next round, the quarter of the finals. An all-important moment right here for the American team, in order if they want to keep their hopes alive. And remember, it's the same thing with the Hungarian team. Hungary has tied with 7 points, so Hungary needs to be in front of the US and put Argentina in the back. So right now, it's looking good for the US and Hungary, as we see them off to the left. They're in there. They're not out of it, but they want to go on. They're going to need to get in front of the USA.
So the US looked like they were understanding, but that's just conservative lay line. U.S. is going to lay. Ideally, Malaysia and the U.S. together can hurt Argentina so much that for not ideally for the U.S. that Argentina has to do a clearing tack to lay. So let's see how that goes. Malaysia really wants to stamp on Argentina. You can see how they're coming down across their air. It's a great view of it on there.
255 meters as we are about to get to the windward mark, as the USA is currently leading the fleet right here. 150 meters left, so now a very important moment is about to come as we see the boats that will put up their asymmetrical spinnakers as they get around the mark. So this is the windward mark right here, and that's the USA going around there. So a bear away on a beam reach on the dog leg right there. So a good lead right now for the USA as we see them getting ready to hoist.
Argentina
critical moment.
Hungary crossed Argentina. Incredible.
Here comes the hoist for Team USA right now. There's the number one, making sure that spinnaker does not go into the water, and it looks like a good fast hoist and a great drop for Team USA. So that's a very, very good maneuver right there within one boat length. Now let's see, Team Malaysia. We've seen great things from Team Malaysia, and that is one of them right there. So that's a great hoist from this Team Malaysia right there. Hungary is in third place right now. Great hoist for the Hungarian team. And Argentina, they were the leaders of this group with 10 points coming into this race. They are fourth. They are fourth, and here comes the drop right now for, the hoist for the Team Argentina. Looks like a great hoist as well for the Argentinians. So, haven't seen any mistakes so far. Here comes the Hungarian team putting in a jibe right there and going to the other side as USA and Malaysia are fighting it out for the top spot right here. As we listen on board to what's going on to the Hungarian boat. And here comes the jibe for Team USA. Is Malaysia going to have time to jibe? Yes, it looks like Malaysia is jibing at the same time.
That's good.
Perhaps they were not quite ready for the U.S. to jibe right there.
Yeah, the U.S. is essentially covering Malaysia now. They have their air clear ahead of Malaysia, and I think they'd practically prefer to have Malaysia following them than have them spearing off towards the shore where, it'd be a dice roll, potentially, what would happen when they meet again. But you got to keep your cool. A lot of club sailors would be very nervous if they were the U.S. right now. But if you think about it, they've got clear air, they're good sailors, and they just have to trust their team.
Take a look at the top left-hand side of your screen. That is the projected results currently. If they were to finish in this position, the USA would pass through with Malaysia. Argentina relegated to third spot with Hungary would not pass. So a tie between Malaysia and Argentina, meaning that Argentina would be out of it. So very, very close right now in this race course. Anything could happen, as we've seen over and over again. Here comes the Hungarian boat. Now they've just jibed, and they are currently on a port tack. No, they are on a starboard tack. Sorry about that. So Hungary is on a starboard tack. as we see all the boats right there just coming in together.
Right in the middle on course axis, so they have everybody can go either right or left from here. They have a lot of freedom of choice.
Very interesting to see that image that we just saw right there with the camera boat being a little bit further outside of the racing area. You can really see that some of those big, long ocean swells. So those boats right now, they can really work those waves and make themselves have a little bit more speed, a little bit of an advantage. As we are listening in to Team Malaysia right now, some very good communication as Team Malaysia is, I can hear it in their voice, quite calm, very concentrated. And that's when Malaysia does their best. Very little talking on the American boat.
It's interesting
Lots of discipline.
It's interesting how Chris has to look behind him to see where Malaysia is. A lot of teams would have somebody else, at least even pointing at the mast of the boat behind them, so that without any words, Chris doesn't get surprised. If you only turn around every now and then to look, you can sometimes overreact. Like Hungary's headed up, Malaysia's headed up, so Chris has to follow. Whoa, there goes a jibe. Simultaneous jibes here. Match racing 101. He's clear on both sides. So you're ahead.
Really looking like both of these teams now have gotten the hang of it, or both of them, I should say, the United States now figuring out their boat after 3 days of racing. As we saw them sort of struggling in the first couple days to figure out the boat, and now we are on race number 4, and that was an impeccable jibe right there, matching jibe with Malaysia, staying out front.
Yeah, but the Americans lost 20 of their 50-meter lead. And that's because Malaysia, when they see Chris isn't looking at them, can sneak high or sneak low, surprise Chris a little bit. Then he potentially overreacts, and just by turning a little more, he's losing against the guy behind.
Interesting, and we can see that from the onboard, and just goes to show you how impressive these camera angles are in order for us to be able to see what's happening inside the boat. You can't be more in the boat than that. If we were more in the boat, you'd be inside the hull.
Well, I'm happy. I shouldn't have a favorite here, but I'm happy to see U.S. stretching back to 55 meters here. That's good. That's good.
Interesting that the Hungarian boat now is coming back into the game here. It looks like nothing has changed since we were at the weather mark. It's still the same ranking: USA, Malaysia, Hungary, and Argentina.
Wow.
One boat.
Malaysia's trying to go very deep. See how easy their spinnaker sheet is?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think what they're trying to do is jump the Americans on the next jibe, but from that far to windward of the American track, it's pretty darn hard.
Well, it just kind of makes me think about why is the American spinnaker so sheeted in?
Well, they probably have it perfect. I think the Malaysians are the outlier here. Oh, I'm out of touch with what's going on here. Okay, so Malaysia's picking right gate. U.S. is taking left gate. What's going on here? There's the left gate.
All right, Malaysia already has their jib up.
Yeah.
So now let's take a look here as we have a windward drop right now for the American boat as they are going around, and Malaysia puts in their kite as well. Oh, the United States has the kite in the water. There is a potential for that kite to fill up with water. Malaysia doing a better job coming out higher. So perhaps the American boat right there being slowed down. with that kite still in the water. So a lot of maneuvers going on, and right there it looks as though, yeah, we still have a little bit of that kite touching the water. So now the U.S. boat is going to have a wet kite, and it's going to make it harder for them as they get up towards the windward buoy, and they're going to have to put that kite in again. Here we go. Now we're seeing Malaysia coming back, and Malaysia, it's just, I think it's so funny with Malaysia because you could just tell when they start getting excited. You look at their body language and you can just see them getting excited. So Malaysia, right now, the adrenaline is pumping on this boat as Malaysia realizes, whoa, what's going on over there? Looks like a problem for the Hungarian team as they've had to take down their jib. We've seen it once before in previous rounds as problems with the halyard. Thank you. So perhaps a little bit of an issue there with the halyard. If that halyard is not prepared to go up, sometimes it could create a knot up at the top. So that's a catastrophe right there for Hungary. No, that's no good. The Hungarian boat's having issue. Oh, that's what happened on that boat. Oh, we're going to have to ask Raquel. I'm sure she knows what's happening because difficult for us to see what was happening here from the inside of the booth. And yeah, so Raquel, if you are hearing me.
Jan, I'm sorry, but I was on the opposite side of the course, so I just saw the Jenniker staying up there a little too long from what it was supposed to be, and I was also keeping a close eye to the United States as they had their Jenniker in the water. It was like an anchor for them, and also Andrew Sporsky, one of our umpires, was closely watching them because of the bowsprit. So they were so busy with their Jenniker that I was afraid they would forget their bowsprit out, but it didn't happen, so no penalties for them, because we have to remember that the bowsprit needs to be taken in as soon as you round the mark, and you cannot pull it out too early at the top mark. So sorry, I don't know exactly what happened on the Hungarian team, but I would stick to your theory. I think you're correct. At the moment, we are on left course, and the clouds are still covering the sun, so probably a little bit lighter wind. But actually, at the gate, they made a change, and the course is a little longer. The leg is a little longer, so I think they're going for 1.25 miles. But what had happened before is that when the clouds are covering the sun, the wind tends to be a little lighter and shifting a little bit to the left. Am I correct, Robert?
I'm not sure. Good question. That's why we have tacticians. That's a fundamental question. After sailing here 20 years, I still don't know the answer.
But anyways, Raquel, thank you very much for that insight. Obviously, yeah, you can't be everywhere at once. But perhaps, yes, we don't really know what happened on the Hungarian boat. One thing we do know is they had an issue and they had to bring down their jib right there. So disappointment for Team Hungary. Remember, they are tied in points coming into this race with the U.S. boat. So for the Hungarian boat to be able to go through, they needed to be in front of the U.S. boat. And currently, they are 200 meters back on the windward beat. It's going to be really, really hard for them to come back. But we've seen everything today. It's been completely insane. Now, I could say perhaps they'll be back. Perhaps we could see something from the Hungarian boat, so don't rule them out. Argentina is back at 250 meters, so Argentina as well is out in back. Argentina have been sailing very, very well. Raquel has said it over and over again. Today, the nerves will have a big impact on the results. Right now, as we were coming into this, Argentina knew it. They are leading, and they had to sail well. And perhaps that was the straw that broke the camel's back. But we are not at the end of the race. This is leg 3. We are on our way up. We are a couple hundred meters away from...
Got a big moment here. Watch this. Malaysia's tack, converging with the USA. USA lead bows Malaysia. Wow. They're bow to bow. Malaysia should not be able to survive there if that's a good tack by the Americans.
Yeah, but Malaysia's got some speed.
You're right. They built speed before that cross so that they could try to shoot up and roll the Americans.
So perhaps right now, 6 meters lead, 5 meters lead for the Americans. The Americans perhaps right now losing the lead.
The Malaysians made a big decision there to tack away before they were slowed down excessively. Otherwise, it would have been more painful. Now, the Malaysians, 5 or 8 minutes ago, made the decision to stay to the right of the Americans. That means if you're on the right, every encounter, you're on starboard. So Malaysia has that. So to cut down on that starboard advantage, Chris tacked very rapidly on the port. So instead of it being a starboard port, if Malaysia tacked there, they would be penalized for tacking too close. Or at least that's what they hope. They have less than a minute to the ley line. So the Americans are going to try to hang in there in a very difficult spot to block the tack by the Malaysians.
Interesting situations arising now as we're seeing more and more match racing. These two boats are really very close to one another, as the Hungarian boat and the Argentinian boats are far, far away from one another. As a matter of fact, they are on a starboard tack. So perhaps this is an opportunity for both these boats to get back into it, as Malaysia and the USA are fighting it out and more than likely losing speed.
Yep. This is a rough tack. Ooh, the Americans gave up. I wanted to say, before we saw them both pounding on port tack, and when those waves hit, the windward boat inevitably suffers more than the leeward boat. So now the Americans have given up. They're not laying the mark. So they're going to have a tricky situation here.
1,100 meters as we're about to get to the windward mark, or we are approximately halfway up the V. Malaysia is our new leader. USA is in second, so that will definitely change what's going on in the points standing. Right.
Malaysia is not laying. They need to do 2 more tacks to round, as well as the Americans do.
Yeah, we'll start calculating a little bit once we get around the windward mark, as it's difficult to say exactly what is going to happen. Remember, the Hungarian boat and the Argentinian boat still need to come back, and look at that right now. Hungarian boat is making it back up. So as these two were battling, perhaps too concentrated on fighting their own little race, that is given the opportunity for the Hungarian boat now to come back. Let's zoom out here. That's Argentina, and here is the Hungarian boat. So we will find out what's happening as the boats come together. We will get a clear idea. But That's great news for the Hungarian boat right there. In order for them to get back, remember, Hungary needs to be in front of the USA in order to be able to pass through. But it's going to be a tough calculation because Malaysia was only 1 point behind the USA and Hungary, so it's almost a three-way tie between these boats. Only time will tell as these boats are coming together. Here we are on board the Hungarian boat.
Boy, what a race.
As we listen on board here, as I think they're calling out the wind puffs and look at this right now. Look at the distance, the Hungarian boat. Are they dropping? Yes, they are. It looks like the Hungarian boat is making up the distance, 25 meters. 24, 23. Ooh. So Hungary is ducking behind the American boat. And perhaps more than likely ducking behind the Malaysian boat. Here comes attack by the American boat right here. Is Malaysia going to tack on top of the USA? Yes, they do. So Malaysia right there trying to stop the USA. The USA having to go up into the wind. Oh, whistle being blown. Now an umpire has blown a whistle. We just heard it. So a penalty was given. This could change the whole thing. What is happening right here? Malaysia, a port and starboard situation right there. Malaysia having to tack over as the Hungarian boat is coming back in. It is very, very, very close. So the battle between the US boat and Malaysia has turned into a catastrophe for both of them, as Hungary has now been able to come back and is our current leader, as we are 127 meters away from the windward line. Got a comeback. And attack. Oh, what's going on? No, they're not able to. Oh, yes, there it is. Big bear away right now for Team Malaysia. So it's Team Malaysia, Hungary, USA. Right now, as things have completely changed here, as we see all three boats almost one behind the other. Oh, another problem with we have problems right there on the Hungarian boat with the tack line. Malaysia right there. Looks like there's a twist in the sheet. The Hungarian boat having issues right there as the tack line has not been pulled in. Malaysia as well is having issues. This is good for the U.S. I have the impression the U.S. is fine right there with their hoist. So lots of emotions on these boats and problems hoisting the spinnaker for the two front teams. Oh, look in the back right now. Argentina have a problem. Oh no, this is no good. If Argentina wants to come back, they can't have this happen. I think it's probably, yes, they did have an issue, but perhaps it wasn't bad enough to really slow them down. They are, however, right now, quite far behind. So let's look at the general standing as it stands right now. Malaysia and the Hungarian boat are going to make it as the USA right now relegated to last place with 11 points. So right now, Argentina and the USA are going home, and Malaysia and Hungary are passing through. This is the last and final stretch for these boats to go through. Anything could happen. This is completely crazy. What a change. Oh, Malaysia and the USA, they shouldn't have had that fight if they wanted to stay in front, but this is perfect for the Hungarian boat, letting them battle on their own in order to be able to come back. Let that be a lesson to you, boys and girls. No matter what your age is, remember, it's the overall outcome. Don't get into a two-boat fight when you need to be winning the race. All right, now let's take it easy here and let's just see what's going to happen. As all these boats, let's find out who is going to jive first. That's right, have a drink of water. Get your thoughts together. As right now, Hungary is able to put in a low mode. Malaysia is still trying to stay out in front. Anything could happen now as we are making our way down here on the leg number 4. Remember, this is the final race for this fleet number 1. It's a double point race. Whoever wins this gets 8 points. And this will be the deciding factor on who goes on to the next round, to the quarterfinals. Anything could still happen. Argentina now trying to make a comeback. We see the tactician right there. Very, very aware that there are the two boats that are behind her, as she has a keen eye on making sure and discussing with her skipper as to what is going on. Right now, the Hungarian team is trying to put on. There it is. That's the tactician right there, Shazrin, an Olympic sailor. So a lot of experience from her. We've seen her jump all over the boat. She is super active on these boats. And there she is right there in the back, number 18, Shazlin, the tactician on Team Malaysia. She has consistently been able to bring that boat into a good position. So there goes the Hungarian team, relieving a little bit of pressure on Team Malaysia, as now Malaysia is about to put in a jibe. See, look at her work right there. She's doing tactics, she's helping out the crew, she's all over the place, so it's really great to see these guys working. Probably one of the most dynamic crews that I've seen out here, really working their boats. And now they're on that port tack, Robert, and perhaps being able to squeeze that boat down, get that riding moment, and put in some speed.
Well, you see how the Malaysian tactician unburdened the helm from having to look behind almost ever. So he was constantly working on boat speed, and in the group of sailors that are talking about boat speed and sail trim, trusting her to raise a flag if something important is happening behind them.
Yeah, that's the opposite of what we were seeing on the American boat, when no one was looking behind, and the skipper having to concentrate on looking where he was going and looking behind. So here comes a jibe for Team USA, and I've been told that Raquel is out on the water and has some news for us. Raquel?
Well, I'm here, but I don't want to disappoint you. I was just in front of Team United States. No big news because the three boats are far away from me. I've just testimony a very good jibe from Team USA, and they're very concentrated on board. I mean, things are open. We've seen crazy things happening, and so these final meters will be decisive. And but like I said, they're too far from me. I'm close only to United States, and our angle might be deceiving. So you know better. Sometimes I know better. Sometimes you know better with all the videos you got and the tracker. So you tell me, please. Tell me what's going on. Well, Malaysia is jibing now.
Well, we're trying to figure it out. What we've noticed, Raquel, is there's a little bit of a difference as we were back looking on the American boat. It looks as though everybody's looking forward, and we haven't seen anybody really looking backwards like we had seen the tactician on the Malaysian boat really looking backwards. That's the only difference that we've seen, visible difference. We're seeing on the Hungarian boat here that the tactician is also in the back. So between these two boats, look at the projected results on the top left. Just so you know, Hungary has 15 points and they're in the lead. Malaysia second with 12. Argentina tied with Malaysia at 12 points, but they're in third. And the USA right now is in fourth.
So these two leaders need to have an unspoken agreement here just to cross the line in first and second. Right? They don't want to screw around here and give any opportunity to the Americans.
So yes, perhaps this is the opportunity the Americans are looking for. If a battle ensues between these two boats, it could be an opportunity for the American match race specialist to be able to come back and take an advantage of this. We are only 350 meters away from the finishing line, as Malaysia still has the ever smallest lead right now. Puff, puff, puff. There is a lot of intensity right here. It's 243 meters right now. So it looks like the American boat is just back behind. If they finish like this, the American boat will not be able to go on to the quarterfinals. Anything could still happen as a jibe is now being put in by the Hungarian team. A matching jibe by the Malaysians. Are they, the Hungarians, are they going to pull out the Malaysians? What's going on right there? Looks like Malaysia right now is passing through. Yes. No one knows what's going on, but yes, they've passed the finishing line right there. There they go, Malaysia. Look at the sigh of relief right there on number 3. And, oh, great to see that. Unbelievable. Today was the day for Malaysia. Wow. What a comeback. And the Hungarian boat going through as well. Oh, disappointment for the USA as they were in the lead. Oh, that battle with Malaysia cost them dearly.
I think the American problem was at the leeward mark when they couldn't drop the chute and put it away and stow the pole. Something went wrong there with the mechanics, with the boat. And that got them into deep trouble, and the Malaysians jumped them. What a disappointment to the U.S. Malaysia, this has got to be one of their best results in any sport. This is incredible.
We know that Malaysia is watching, so hello across the world. Hello to Malaysia, and congratulations, Malaysia. You are going on to the quarterfinals. Great job.
Love seeing that after guard. Skipper and tactician back there, they get all sorts of credit for how well they sailed the entire week.
What a day of racing Robert. What a day of racing. This is race results. Malaysia, after 43 minutes and 9 seconds, bring home first place and their 8 points. And Hungary has 6 points. United States, 20 seconds behind, bring home 4, and Argentina 2. So now the moment, the confirmation of who is going on to the next round. Here it is. Malaysia and Hungary are going on to the next round. 14 points for Malaysia, 13 for Hungary, and Argentina and the United States are going home. So unfortunate. Oh, what a disappointment for Argentina as they came in with 10 points and and they were our leader coming into this race, and right now they're going home. Oh, so unbelievable how things just change so quickly. And here we are on board with our winners, and they have had an up and down week. Malaysia, remember yesterday they were in first place and they completely spun out and ended up in fourth place. And today they just came out and did a great job. And look at the disappointment here on this Argentinian team, which was doing so well. We'd seen the Argentines coming back up and being so strong and sailing together, and there is Raquel. Raquel, what is going on out there on the water?
Well, the helmsman of Team Malaysia can tell you better than me what happened there. Not an amazing first beat, but then the win came to you.
Yeah, first, Alhamdulillah, Allah Akbar, we managed to get finish first. The first upwind, we decided to go left. We quite hard on Penang. We are a bit early, but then we have space to cut. And then we have a good start, but then it was a very good right pressure until almost the ley line, but then we tagged and then the wind shift to the right again. So it's an isolating shift. So, but then we just keep focusing on our downwind and try to do our drop very good. And then from there, we keep chasing USA, and from there, after that, we just carry on and continue. It was very good fight with Hungary during downwind. It was neck to neck. We are very happy that we managed to go in first, yes.
So you've been here since day one of this final series of the SSL Gold Cup. Would have you imagined that you would have gone to the quarterfinal?
As I said to you 2 days ago, we are underdog. To be here, the next stage was very, very good for our sailing in Malaysia. This is for sailing in Malaysia. This is a history for sailing in Malaysia, not for us, but for sailing. Because we have a good quality sailor, but we just have to be give us a chance to prove that we are also good.
So you want to speak a little bit in Malaysian for your country because they're watching live.
Kepada penonton-penonton di Malaysia, terima kasih. Family crew, anak, isteri, kedua ibu bapa kami semua. Terima kasih. Perjuangan belum habis. Kita akan buat lagi baik pada next stage. Terus doakan dan ini semua untuk anda semua. Thank you. Malaysia boleh.
Thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you very much, Raquel. Wow, you can really feel the emotion as he was speaking right there. Wow, that's a very emotional moment right there from them. They started all the way on the left-hand side. Look, they were all the way down there in fleet number 3, and now they've managed to make it to the quarterfinals. So unbelievable. Congratulations. Now let's take a look here as we are in the 8th of the finals. This is the last fleet number 1. It's at the top, the very top one right there, Malaysia. Let's find out who will Malaysia be sailing against right there. So they'll be in fleet number 1. Malaysia in the quarterfinals will be sailing against Great Britain, Denmark, and France. And so now the Hungarian team, only one spot left to go, and that is fleet number 2. As fleet number 2 will see Germany, the Netherlands, Chile, and Hungary. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We now know who is in the quarterfinals. Let's look at that again. Let me tell you all the teams. So first fleet is Great Britain, Denmark, Malaysia, France. Fleet number 2, Germany, Netherlands, Chile, and Hungary. Fleet number 3, that's going to be a tough one, Brazil, Portugal, New Zealand, Australia. And fleet number 4 is Switzerland, Lithuania, Italy, and Spain. Wow, that's we now know who is in the quarterfinals, and it's been a long day. We saw out there for all the guys sailing, especially for the sailors that have been coming in on the last race. They've had to wait all day, and it works on your nerves, and real difficult. And I think a long day for everybody here, as well as here in the studio. A lot of emotions.
Yeah, I'm crushed for the U.S. team. Down that last beat, Malaysia passed them on the right, and Hungary passed them on the left. It was really tricky, but those are oscillations coming down, and Hungary speared off to the left and came from way out of the picture to being ahead of them at the mark. But what the Malaysian skipper said there at the finish was really gracious. I mean, he's saying that who would give them a chance, to have a multi-million-dollar boat like this at their disposal.
It's beautiful.
There's no way that would happen normally.
It's a great story. It's truly emotional for us. I think we're gonna have to leave you, because it's getting a little hard for us as we see Malaysia just being able to. This is a huge moment right now for Malaysia and their country. They've never in international sailing competitions have gone so far, and it's a really we've seen epic moments with France right there. This is probably one of the greatest sailing stories that we've seen France go through, at least here since we've been here. Now Malaysia going through. It's just been absolutely wild, and we want to really thank you for watching us, sticking with us in this absolutely crazy golden day, the final day. Remember to stick with us and to go and check out all the videos, and you'll see the highlights that we're about to put out of today and of the week. You can check us out on Instagram, and of course, don't forget to go and take a look at the pictures that our photographers have been taking all day long as they're coming back here now to put them in. So the day is not over for us, and we've still got a lot of things that we are going to bring to you. We will be back in 2 days. We will be back on Monday, the 17th at 10:30 local time to bring you the start of the quarterfinals. And Robert, I want to thank you very much for coming in here. I'm sorry that your team didn't make it through. But I guess that is sports. Sometimes you win them, sometimes you lose them.
Well, I'll just switch to the Spanish, my wife's country. So
there you go.
Yeah, my new home team.
That's quite good, isn't it?
I'll bounce back.
Yeah, perfect. Great. Well, guys, see you soon. We're gonna take a look at the highlights right now, and remember, we'll be here for the quarterfinals. So thank you very much, and goodbye. Have a good evening.
And I'm gonna chase it, and I'm gonna chase it. I know we can't ignore it, no matter how hard we try. And I'm
engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.